Some of these artifacts have circulated with defense contractors. Several other former military and intelligence officials have come forward with similar allegations, albeit in non-public settings. However, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the director of AARO, previously testified before Congress that there has been, and I quote, no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity or of, quote, off-world technology brought to the attention of the office. To your knowledge, is that statement correct?
It's not accurate. I believe Dr. Kirkpatrick mentioned he had about 30 individuals that have come to AARO thus far. A few of those individuals have also come to AARO that I also interviewed,
Okay.
and I know what they provided Dr. Kirkpatrick and their team.
Okay.
I was able to evaluate
Okay,
that information.
I need to go on.
Sure.
But my understanding that his statement is accurate, came from a direct quote. And this contradiction is a perfect example of why we need to inject transparency into our government. And for another example, look no further than the pitiful response to the Chinese spy balloon debacle earlier this year. You may remember the mass confusion that ensued when the balloon was first spotted over Montana, 4 days after it first entered U.S. airspace over Alaska. The Biden administration's initial inability to address the object grew into a continuous series of embarrassments. After news of the balloon reached the mainstream media, we were assured that the balloon posed no threat to our security. However, after the balloon was allowed to transit the entire continental United States, fighter jets were scrambled off the coast of South Carolina to shoot it down. This flip-flopping and obfuscation caused needless confusion, fear, and panic across the country. It's my hope, Mr. Chairman, that this sort of confusion will not be repeated. We should investigate the extent to which elements of our government possess or do not possess information we must make sure that our government provides answers, and Congress must do its duty to solicit those answers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yeah, Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2022, NASA announced that it was commissioning an independent study team to examine UAPs. The NASA team is comprised of scientists across different fields, as well as former astronauts and pilots. In May, the independent study team held its first public meeting, which included the perspectives from NASA senior leaders, as well as perspectives from the Department of Defense and intelligence agencies. The NASA study team is also expected to release its first report pretty soon, and I think it's safe to say that we all eagerly await its results. Mr. Graves, how might NASA's research influence the commercial industry regarding safety in UAP?
I think NASA has a big role to play as far as commercial aviation safety, and it's one of their original charges as an organization. One of the recommendations that have been put forward is to utilize their existing aviation safety reporting system to serve as a short-term fill and trusted platform for pilots that want to report on UAP. It also has built-in analytics capability and is funded by Congress.
Gotcha. And also, Mr. Graves, are there any other industries that may be influenced by the NASA research on UAPs? And if so, how so?
Well, I think there is a large swath of commercial capabilities that could be brought to bear on this topic, from space-based or ground-based sensor systems that are available open source or through commercial marketplaces. And I think NASA's work, as they work to identify and highlight specific parameters that can be found, we can take that information and promulgate this through the public sector so that we can have a more open conversation about what we're seeing.
You know, in 2020, the Department of Defense released several videos of UAPs, including Mr. Freyer's experience, U.S. Navy pilots that recorded footage. In 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a preliminary report on UAP events. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson stated that NASA would begin to investigate these events. In fact, I sit on Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and when we were doing a hearing with the NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, I asked, why NASA needed to be fully funded, and there were many great reasons, but one of them was actually had to do with UAPs. He actually mentioned, is there life out there? I don't know. And so either way, these actions ultimately led NASA to assemble the independent study team that I mentioned earlier. Also in 2021, Harvard University stood up the Galileo project to research and examine the origins of UAP. So it seems like both, from NASA and in the higher education community, because of the work that y'all have done and people standing up, I think we're seeing some of that stigma slowly going away. Mr. Freyer, do you believe that military pilots feeling empowered to share their UAP experiences has directly impacted the scientific community's research goals on this topic?
I would say yes. I would say that, starting in 2017, when it actually came out, it took that stigma away. I mean, I've talked to multiple senators who said prior to that, if you'd have mentioned UAP, you'd have been laughed off the hill. And now we're sitting here today for a public testimony on what's actually going on. I'm hoping that this curve will be more of an exponential and we'll get more and more transparent to the level that we can.
Yeah, and I mean, it's important. I couldn't imagine, I'm not a pilot, but I used to fly gliders in Civil Air Patrol. Huh? Yeah.
Pilot?
And so either way, I mean, I couldn't imagine, being in the glider and seeing something, and then not feeling like I had the agency to talk about it. Mr. Graves, can you discuss the importance of seeking scientists to sit on your advisory board?
Absolutely. I think ultimately this is going to be a scientific problem. And not only that, it's also an engineering problem. I've been working with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics to help them stand up a UAP integration committee to help integrate their engineering prowess into this problem. And so, yes, very much, I think this is an engineering and scientific problem as much as a national security problem.
And how might Congress help to facilitate partnerships between the scientific community and the UAP focus groups within government?
Well, I think one of the things they can do is to have these types of hearings to communicate to the public that this is a topic of interest. I think that there is a pseudo market, if you will, of interested capabilities and talent that want to approach this topic, and we're seeing that start to grow now. So I think continued conversation, reduction of stigma is going to allow that to flourish and allow answers to help generate themselves.
100%. Well, thank you all for being here, and thank you for your work. I think it's important that we keep our top scientific minds focused on this issue and look for ways to increase collaboration. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Mr. Comer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say I want to thank you for having this hearing, and I want to thank Mr. Burchett and Ms. Luna for leading this hearing. And with that, I yield my 5 minutes to Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to direct this, I believe, to Mr. Grush, but if any of you all feel like you need to jump in, just jump right in. We're good. Has the U.S. government become aware of actual evidence of extraterrestrial, otherwise unexplained forms of intelligence? And if so, when do you think this first occurred?
I like to use the term non-human. I don't like to denote origin. Keeps the aperture open, both scientifically. Right. Certainly, like I've discussed publicly previously, 1930s.
Okay. Can you give me the names and titles of the people with direct firsthand knowledge and access to some of this crash retrieval, some of these crash retrieval programs, and maybe which facilities, military bases that the recovered material would be in? And I know a lot of Congress talked about we're going to go to Area 51, and and there's nothing there anymore anyway. It's just and we move like a glacier. And as soon as we announce it, I'm sure the moving vans would pull up. But please.
I can't discuss that publicly, but I did provide that information both to the Intel committees and the Inspector General.
And we could get that in the SCIF if we were allowed to get in a SCIF with you. Would that be probably what you would think?
Sure, if you had the appropriate accesses, yeah.
What special access programs cover this information, and how is it possible that they have evaded oversight for so long?
I do know the names. Once again, I can't discuss that publicly and how they've evaded oversight. In a closed setting, I can tell you the specific tradecraft used.
All right. When do you think those programs began, and who authorized them?
I do know a lot of that information, but that's something I can't discuss publicly because of sensitivities.
All right. If any of y'all want to jump in on any of this, you're more than welcome to. What level of security clearance is required to fully access these programs?
Well, anybody who has,
And I say that because myself, Representative Gates and Representative Luna were basically turned away at one point at Eglin. So please go right ahead.
certainly difference between member access and say somebody like me, but anybody who has a, TSSCI clearance and meets the eligibility criteria, the access adjudicative authority should be able to grant you access. Yeah.
Mr. Burchett, if you'll yield, so just to put a fine point on that, there's nothing that you're aware of that's above special access program classification.
It's a misnomer that there's anything actually above top secret. Executive Order 13526 delineates the classification levels.
Right, but I draw a point on that because we can have access to those programs, and so the notion that we're not being given that access sort of defies our typical muscle memory here in Congress. Thank you, Mr. Burchett. I'll yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Along those lines, Title 10, you may not know this or not, but Title 10 and Title 50 authorization, they seem to say they're inefficient. So who gets to decide this, in your opinion, in the past?
It's a group of career senior executive officials,
Okay, are they government officials?
both
Or-
in and out,
Do what?
both in and out of government, and that's about as far
I
as I
got
can
you.
go there.
All
Yeah.
right, well, that leads to my next question. Which private corporations are directly involved in this program? How much taxpayer money has been invested in these programs, to your knowledge? I mean, we know we audit the Pentagon every year, and I've been here 5 years, and they failed the dadgum thing every year. They lose over $1 billion a year, we think, and I've told the Department of Defense maybe 60% of their assets are unaccounted for, whatever the heck that means. In the public sector, you go to jail for that kind of crap. So tell me.
Yeah, I know when I'm $1 off of my DTS travel voucher, I get hammered, but it seems like it doesn't work the other way,
If you
right?
sell over
Yeah.
if you sell over $600 worth of stuff on eBay, now you get a call from the IRS. So please, what corporations?
Yeah, I don't know the specific metrics towards the end of your question. The specific corporations I did provide to the committees in specific divisions, and I spent 11 and a half hours with both Intel committees. So.
Okay. Has there been an active U.S. government disinformation campaign to deny the existence of unidentified aerial phenomena? And if so, why?
I can't go beyond what I've already espoused publicly about that.
Okay, I've been told to ask you what that is and how to get it in the record.
Which
What have you stated publicly in your interviews for the congressional record?
Yeah.
if you reference my News Nation interview and I talk about a multi-decade, campaign to disenfranchise public interest,
Sorry, Mr.
Basically.
Chairman, I've gone.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
apologize, Mr. Chairman. I yield back negative 21 seconds.
Thank you. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for coming here today. I do concur with the ranking member as well as several other members here on this committee that this is a committee for whistleblowers and for the protection of whistleblowers as well. So we understand what you're putting on the table here and what you're putting on the line here, and we thank you for that. Mr. Grush, you sat on the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon Task Force created in the 2020 NDAA, correct?
Yes.
There have been some things that have been mentioned here during this hearing that I wanted to pick up on. Mr. Graves, you mentioned specifically during the answers to one of your questions, you named Boeing contractors being engaged in an incident regarding this red cube about a football field wide. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the interaction, or Mr. Grush, either of you, the interactions between defense contractor companies and any UAP-related programs or activities.
So I'll just say that the information about the contractor himself were provided by a witness, and I have no particular detail in that relationship.
Mr. Grush.
The kind of general unclassed wave tops, certainly the contractors, are the metal benders, so to speak. They're the ones actually doing specific performance on government contracts.
Are they required to issue any disclosure regarding UAP sightings, or do they engage in any reporting around this?
In terms of the contractors,
Yes.
not that I'm aware of.
They do not. Okay. Now, when it comes to notification that you had mentioned about IRAD programs, we have seen defense contractors abuse their contracts before through this committee. I have seen it personally, and I have also seen the notification requirements to Congress abused. I am wondering, one of the loopholes that we see in the law is that there is, at least from my vantage point, is that depending on what we're seeing, is that there are no actual definitions or requirements for notification. What methods of notification did you observe? Like when they say they notified Congress, how did they do that? Do you have insight into that?
For certain IRAD activities, I can only think of ones conventional in nature. Sometimes they flow through certain, I'll just say, SAP programs that have cognizant authority over the Air Force or something, and those are congressionally reported compartments, but IRAD is literally internal to the contractor, so as long as it's money, either profits, private investment, et cetera, they can do whatever they want.
To put a finer point on it, when there is a requirement for any agency or company to notify Congress, do they contact the chairman of a committee? Do they get them on the phone specifically? Is this through an email to hypothetically a dead email box?
A lot of it comes through what they call the PPR, Periodic Program Review Process, if it's a SAP or Controlled Access Program Equity, and then those go to the specific committees, whether it be the SAS, CASC, HISI.
Thank you. I apologize, my time is limited. Mr. Graves, one of your main concerns is that the FAA currently does not have an official process to receive reports of UAP from pilots or others, correct?
Correct.
And in your experience, what data should the Aero program prioritize for potential collection? We have, location, date, time, but are there other specific characteristics that should be included in these reports?
Certainly. I think that there's two categories that would be important. One would be kinematics and understanding the specifics of how the vehicle or objects are moving. And the second would be a more zoomed out approach of being able to look at origin and destination before the incident, as well as getting a better contextual understanding of how these objects are interacting with each other.
Thank you. Now, because I only have a minute left, I apologize, we only have 5 minutes today, but for the record, if you were me, where would you look? Titles, programs, departments, regions, if you could just name anything. And I put that as an open question to the three of you.
I'd be happy to give you that in a closed environment. I can tell you specifically.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
And I would say, and I've told people that you have to know where to look. They're not going to divulge it to you because of the classification levels. But if you know where to look and who to talk to, which is exactly what Mr. Grush can point you, then you have them.
Okay. Mr. Graves?
I was an operator, so I was depending on folks like Mr. Grush to do that homework.
Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back to the chair.
Mr. Biggs? Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I thank the witnesses for being here today. I'm over here. Thank you so much for being here. I want to get into specifics here, and the reason I'm going to go this way is because you've talked a bit about what I would call misdirection by official U.S. government with regard to UAPs, right? And so I'm going to get to that in a second. But last week, White House NSC spokesman John Kirby stated that UAPs are having an impact on our training ranges and need to be treated as a legitimate issue. Do you concur with his statements? That's for each of you.
Yes.
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 Okay. Now, having said that, I'm going to take you to specific instances around the Phoenix Valley, because that's where I live. In '97, we had the famous Phoenix Light case. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that. There were two things that went along with that, and the explanation was military training range off Luke and the Barry Goldwater Range. Do you know anything different other than the official explanation of those lights?
Only what's in the public vernacular about it. That was outside the scope of my duties.
And if we wanted to, just my question along with my colleague from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, if we wanted to find out more about that, where would we go to find the files, and who would we address? And are you going to tell me we need to go to a SCIF so you can tell us in a SCIF?
I could potentially give you a vector on that. That specific case, I'm familiar with it in terms of public, but I give you a vector in closed environment, yeah.
That would be good, thank you. So if it's true that UAPs are having an impact on training ranges, and this administration considers it to be a legitimate issue, what steps can Congress take to address training range impacts? And I say that having two very large training ranges in my state. And so we'll start with Mr. Graves and going down the panel.
Some of the initial procedures have been implemented, such as within the United States Navy, that have a range failure report that gathers information from pilots. I understand that a service-wide reporting mechanism is still pending. However, that would be a great next step, not only for gathering information, but for showing the troops that it is an acceptable topic and reducing the stigma.
Okay, please, all of you continue.
Yeah, as a recipient of a lot of those training range reports, sometimes we only get contextual kind of oral reporting. It'd be nice if they attached all sensor data and there's a system in place that can handle multiple classifications of data. And that's an issue with the F-35, right? That jet was never built to be an ISR platform. And it's a pain in the, we'll just say, butt to get that data off. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with the previous two, being a user of those training ranges, that the data has to be out there. You have to acknowledge that you're seeing them, and then you have to collect the data. Right now, you get the report, someone says, I saw something, but no one collects the radar data to back it up and do research.
Okay. Do you believe that the 2019 classification guidelines for UAPs interferes with the federal government's ability to be transparent with the American people? And do you think we need to be more transparent with the American people? All of you, yeah.
I'll say yes to that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with at least the UAP Task Force 2019 Security Classification Guide. I think it's fair. I did actually help author that with the director
you got a bias that way then.
But I will say, I'll call it a lazy attitude about declassifying videos. I mean, I've seen some of the videos of the recent shoot down, and I saw no reason that couldn't have been released as long as they mask some data. The American people deserve to see that imagery and full motion video.
I would think, well, in my opinion, I will say things are overclassified. I know for a fact the video or the pictures that came out in the 2020 report that had the stuff off the East Coast, they were taken with an iPhone off the East Coast. A buddy of mine was one of the senior people there, and he said they were originally classified at TSSCI. And my question to him was, what's TSSCI about these? They're an iPhone literally off the vacapes. That's not TSSCI. So they're overclassified, and as soon as they do that, they go in a vault, and then you all have to look for them.
Yeah, so with the overclassification, that may be one way. Are there other ways that the DOD or intelligence agencies are keeping this information from the American people or even from Congress?
I think part of that has been not encouraging reporting. If the problem is not something that can be measured, it's not something that's going to be fixed.
Okay, very good. Well, I'm out of time, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
First of all, without objection, Representative Nick Langworthy of New York has waived on the subcommittee for purpose of questioning witnesses at today's subcommittee hearing. And then we go to Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you guys coming out today, testifying. Look, I've been here for 6 months, and I'm pretty skeptical. I don't trust anything in this town. And so I think that's because I'm from Missouri. You've got to show me, right? With that being said, there's been a lot of things that have been said in the public, Mr. Grush, and so I want to get down to, if we can, some specifics, right? So at one point you had said that there has been harmful activity or aggressive activity. Has any of the activity been aggressive, been hostile in your reports?
I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured. And the activity, and I got
by UAPs or by people within the federal government?
Both.
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans?
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here, because you don't, they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed, myself and my wife, was very disturbing.
Okay. One of my constituents actually sent this next question, and I figured I'd ask it since I had the same thought. You've said that the U.S. has intact spacecraft. You said that the government has alien bodies or alien species. Have you seen the spacecraft? Was intriguing to me because, and it's intriguing because my view has been that we are billions of light years away from any other system. And the concept that an alien species that's technologically advanced enough to travel billions of light years gets here and somehow is incompetent enough to not survive Earth or crashes is something that I find a little bit far-fetched. And with that being said, you have mentioned that there's interdimensional potential. Could you expound on that?
Yeah, to answer your first question, and I'm here as a fact witness and expert, but I will give you a theoretical framework, at least to work off, to kind of espouse crashes, regardless of your level of sentience, right? Planes crash, cars crash, n number of sorties, however high, a small percentage are going to end in mission failure, if you will, as we say in the Air Force. And then in terms of multidimensionality, that kind of thing, the framework that I'm familiar with, for example, is something called the holographic principle. It derives itself from general relativity and quantum mechanics, and that is, if you want to imagine a 3D object such as yourself casting a shadow onto a 2D surface, that's the holographic principle. So you can be projected, quasi-projected from higher dimensional space to lower dimensional. It's a scientific trope that you can actually cross, literally, as far as I understand, but there's probably guys with PhDs that we could probably argue about that.
But you have not seen any documentation that that's what's occurring?
Only a theoretical framework discussion, yes.
Okay. Okay. Occam's razor is that these aircraft, have they been identified that they are being produced by domestic, military and contractors? Is there any evidence that that's what's being recovered?
Not to my knowledge, plus the recoveries predate a lot of our advanced programs that I previously am witting of, so.
Would it be safe to say that there could be a scenario today where you have an aircraft that crashes because it's been involved in one program from one federal agency, but the agency that retrieves it is not aware of that program, and to them it appears alien in origin?
I mean, that's a hypothetical situation. I'm not aware of any historical situation that would match that you described. So
you're not aware? It has not happened that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Several months ago, my office received a protected disclosure from Eglin Air Force Base indicating that there was a UAP incident that required my attention. I sought a briefing regarding that episode and brought with me Congressman Burchett and Congresswoman Luna. We asked to see any of the evidence that had been taken by flight crew in this endeavor and to observe any radar signature as well as to meet with the flight crew. We were not afforded access to all of the flight crew. And initially, we were not afforded access to images and to radar. Thereafter, we had a bit of a discussion about how authorities flow in the United States of America, and we did see the image. And we did meet with one member of the flight crew who took the image. The image was of something that I am not able to attach to any human capability, either from the United States or from any of our adversaries. And I'm somewhat informed on the matter, having served on the Armed Services Committee for 7 years, having served on the committee that oversees DARPA and advanced technologies for several years. When we spoke with the flight crew, and when he showed us the photo that he'd taken, I asked why the video wasn't engaged, why we didn't have a FLIR system that worked. Here's what he said. They were out on a test mission that day over the Gulf of Mexico, and when you're on a test mission, you're supposed to have clear airspace. Not supposed to be anything that shows up. And they saw a sequence of 4 craft in a clear diamond formation for which there is a radar sequence that I alone have observed in the United States Congress. One of the pilots goes to check out that diamond formation and sees a large floating, what I can only describe as an orb. Again, like I said, not of any human capability that I'm aware of. And when he approached, he said that his radar went down, he said that his FLIR system malfunctioned, and that he had to manually take this image from one of the lenses, and it was not automated in collection, as you would typically see in a test mission. So I guess I'll start with Commander Fravor. How should we think about the fact that this craft that was approached by our pilot had the capability of disarming a number of the sensor and collection systems on that craft?
Well, I think this goes to that national security side, and you can go back through history of things showing up at certain areas and disabling our capabilities, which is disheartening. And for us, I mean, like I said, it completely disabled the radar on the aircraft when it tried to do it, and the only way we could see it is passively, which is how he got that image. So I think that's a concern on what are these doing, not only how do they operate, but their capabilities inside to do things like this.
And how should we think about 4 craft moving in a very clear formation, equidistant from one another, in a diamond? In all of the phenomenon, perhaps, Mr. Grave, that you've analyzed, have we ever seen multiple craft in a single formation?
I have one particular case, and that was during the gimbal incident. The recording on the AT FLIR system shows a single object that rotates. You hear the pilots refer to a fleet of objects that is not visible on the FLIR system, and that was something that I witnessed during the debrief as part of the radar data on the situational awareness page. I would like to add, however, Congressman, there's a small bit of anger, I would say. I would feel that those pilots are still facing that difficulty in reporting this topic, and they don't have the tools to be able to mitigate this issue. It just goes to show how serious this is and why this is such an important issue for our pilots and for our nation.
It was stated explicitly to me by these test pilots that if you have a UAP experience, the best thing you can do for your career is forget it and not tell anyone. Because any type of reporting, either above the surface or below the surface, does have a perceived consequence to these people, and that is a culture we must change if we want to get to the truth. Mr. Chairman, I would observe that perhaps as we move forward from this hearing, there are some obvious next steps. Every person watching this knows that we need to meet with Mr. Grush in a secure, compartmentalized facility so that we can get fulsome answers that do not put him in jeopardy and that give us the information we need. Second, I would suggest that the radar images that were collected of this formation of craft out of Eglin Air Force Base, and specifically the actual image taken by the actual flight crew that we can actually validate, be provided to the committee, subpoenaed if necessary, so that we're able to track how to get this type of reporting and analysis done in a more fulsome way. That would be my recommendation, humbly, as a guest here of the Fine Oversight Committee. I yield back.
Ms. Mays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to our witnesses who are testifying today. I want to thank each of you for being here to discuss a topic of grave importance to our national security. Earlier this year, a Chinese spy balloon was shot down off the coast of my home state of South Carolina. Since the Roswell incident in 1947, many Americans have wondered about the dangers of unknown objects crisscrossing our skies. Whether these are UAPs or weather phenomena, advanced technology from American allied or enemy forces, or something more out of this world. So my first question, I have several questions, and if we can just be quick on these first two, I'm going to ask each of you the same question, and then I'll get to each of you individually. The first one, when you reported your experiences with a UAP, did any of you face any repercussions with your superiors, yes or no?
No.
No.
I've actually never seen anything personally, believe it or not. So.
All right. And then do you believe there's an active disinformation campaign within our government to deny existence of UAPs, yes or no?
I don't have an answer to that.
As previously stated publicly, yes.
I think previously with like Project Blue Book, yes, but currently I don't speak for the United States government.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions for Mr. Graves. What percentage of UAP sightings, in your belief, go unreported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based off of my personal experience speaking with a number of pilots, but I would estimate we're somewhere near 5% reporting perhaps.
So like 95% basically don't report seeing UAPs.
That's just my personal estimate.
In the incident off Virginia Beach, do you believe the Navy took the danger to your aircraft seriously after it was reported?
Absolutely.
A few questions for Mr. Favor. As an expert naval aviator, have you ever seen an object that looked and moved like the Tic Tac UAP?
No.
Did the Tic Tac UAP move in such a way that defied the laws of physics?
The way we understand them, yes.
Many dismiss UAP reports as classified weapons testing by our own government, but in your experience as a pilot, does our government typically test advanced weapon systems right next to multi-million-dollar jets without informing our pilots?
No, we have test ranges for that.
It took over 15 years for your encounter with the Tic Tac to be declassified. Do you feel there was a good reason to prevent lawmakers from having access to this footage?
No, I just think it was ignored when it happened, and it just sat somewhere in a file, never got reported.
In a drawer. It happens a lot up here. Shocker. Mr. Gresh, a couple of questions for you too, sir, this morning. What percentage of UAPs do you feel are adequately investigated by the U.S. government, of the 5% that are reported?
I can only speak for my personal leadership over at NGA. I tried to look at every report that came through that I could triage. So.
Do you believe that officials at the highest levels of our national security apparatus have unlawfully withheld information from Congress and subverted our oversight authority?
There are certain elected leaders that had more information that I'm not sure what they've shared with certain Gang of Eight members or et cetera, but certainly I would not be surprised.
Okay. You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
Okay, I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
And was this documentary evidence, this video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
Gotcha. Okay, so, and you may or may not be able to answer my last question, and maybe we get into a skiff at the next hearing that we have, but who in the government, either what agency, sub-agency, what contractors, who should be called into the next hearing about UAPs, either in a public setting or even in a private setting? And you probably can't name names, but what agencies or organizations, contractors, et cetera, do we need to call in to get these questions answered, whether it's about funding, what programs are happening, and what's out there?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals that were in those.
And how soon can we get that list?
I'm happy to provide that to you after the hearing.
Super, thank you, and I yield back.
Okay, now we have Mr. Langworthy. Is he here? Okay.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of the witnesses for being here today to discuss this very unique topic. And I'd like to jump right into my questions, if you don't mind. Commander Fravor, can you briefly describe your background?
Yeah, I was an enlisted Marine, Naval Academy graduate, Navy, flew for 18 years, got a master's from University of Houston, and I've worked in the private sector for the last, 16 years, 17 years. I do a lot of defense work. So.
Really gold-plated credentials. Commander Fravor, we have all seen the floating Tic Tac video that you engaged with on November 14th, 2004. Can you briefly talk about why you were off the coast of San Diego that day?
Yeah, we were at a workup with all the battle groups, so we integrate the ships with the carrier, the air wing with the carrier, and we start working. So we were doing an air-to-air defense to hone not only our skills, but those of the USS Princeton when they had been tracking them for 2 weeks. The problem was that there was never manned aircraft airborne when they were tracking them, and this was the first day, and unfortunately, we were the ones airborne and went and saw it.
Do you remember the weather that day? Was it cloudy or windy or anything out of the ordinary on the Pacific coast?
It was actually, if you're familiar with San Diego, it was a perfect day, light winds, no whitecaps, clear skies, not a cloud. It was, for flying, it was the best.
Now, is it true that you saw, in your words, a 40-foot flying Tic Tac shaped object?
That's correct. Or for some people that can't know what a Tic Tac is, it's a giant flying propane tank.
Fair enough. Did this object come up on radar or interfere with your radar or the USS Princeton?
The Princeton tracked it, the Nimitz tracked it, the E-2 tracked it. We never saw it on our radars. Our fire control radars never picked it up. The other airplane that took the video did get it on a radar. As soon as it tried to lock it, it jammed the radar, spit the lock, and he rapidly switched over to the targeting pod, which you can do in the F-18.
From what you saw that day and what you've seen on video, did you see any source of propulsion from the flying object, including on any potential thermal scans from your aircraft?
No, there's none. There's no IR plume coming out, and Chad, who took the video, went through all the EO, which is black and white TV, and the IR modes, and there's no visible signs of propulsion. It's just sitting in space at 20,000 feet.
In your career, have you ever seen a propulsion system that creates no thermal exhaust?
No.
Can you describe how the aircraft maneuvered?
Abruptly, very determinate. It knew exactly what it was doing. It was aware of our presence, and it had acceleration rates. I mean, it went from 0 to matching our speed in no time at all.
Now, if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do these maneuvers that you saw, would it be capable of doing that?
No, not even close.
And just to confirm, this object had no wings, correct?
No wings.
Now, was the aircraft that you were flying, was it armed?
No, never felt threatened at all.
If the aircraft was armed, do you believe that your aircraft or any aircraft in possession of the United States could have shot the Tic Tac down?
I'd say no. Just on the performance, it would have just left in a split second.
It looks like that we have a problem here that needs further investigation.
Yes.
In your belief, is this flying Tic Tac, I mean, is it capable of being the product of any other nation on the Earth?
No, like I said earlier, I think it defies current material science and the ability to develop that much propulsion. And I know there's been some physicists have done calculations, which is beyond anything that we have.
Well, either the United States has an adversary here in this world that we don't know, or we really have some serious investigations to do. I really appreciate you being here. Is there anything else about the November 14th, 2004 incident that you think is important for this committee to know that you haven't been asked here today?
No, it's been said it's probably the most credible UFO sighting in history based on all the sensors that were tracking it, and then for us to get visual and to go against the naysayers that it's something on the screen or whatever. I mean, there's 4 sets of human eyeballs. We're all very credible. Of the 6 of us that were involved in the thing, including the video, every one of us is going to do 20+ years in the military in very responsible positions. So I'd say the world needs to know that. It's not a joke.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony here today for all of you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here and the courage it took to come forward and again, the sacrifice that each of you have made. I serve on the National Security Subcommittee for the Financial Services Committee, so I really want to stay in the national security lane, if I may. So when we think about traditional adversaries and both us towards them and them towards us, you know, we probe their capabilities. We look for weaknesses, and we collect that data, that reconnaissance for in the event we need it in the future. For each of you, yes or no question, based off of your own experience or the data that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs could be essentially collecting reconnaissance information? Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Grush?
Fair assessment, yeah.
Mr. Fravor?
Very possible.
Again, in the national security vein, is it possible that these UAPs would be probing our capabilities? Yes or no, Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Grush?
Yes.
Fravor?
Definitely.
Is it possible that these UAPs are testing for vulnerabilities in our current systems?
Yes.
Yes.
Possible.
Do you feel, based off of your experience and the information that you've been privy to, that these UAPs provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States? Mr. Graves?
Potentially.
Yes, sir, potentially.
Same answer, potentially.
Yeah, I'd say
Fravor?
definitely, potentially.
Mr. Graves and Fravor, you know, in the event that your encounters had become hostile, would you have had the capability to defend yourself, your crew, your aircraft?
Absolutely not.
Sir?
No.
Is, based off of the information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs are interested in our nuclear technology and capabilities?
Yes.
By external observation, sure, that could be a fair assessment, yeah.
Yes.
Is there any indication that the Department of Energy is involved in UAP data collection and housing?
I don't have an answer.
I can't confirm or deny that in a public setting.
And could you do it in a secure setting?
Yes.
Mr. Fravor?
No, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, you know, I think I'm the last member to go, but there clearly is a threat to the national security of the United States of America. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to maintain oversight and be aware of these activities so that, if appropriate, we take action. I would encourage the chairman to demand that we have any and all, but in particular Mr. Grush, talk to us in a skiff. And if that access is denied, I will personally volunteer to initiate the Holman Rule against any personnel or any program or any agency that denies access to Congress. Mr. Chairman, with that, I will yield the remainder of my time to my fellow colleague from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ogles, for the great questions, brother. Mr. Grush, I might have asked this before, but I want to make sure. Do you have any personal knowledge of someone who's possibly been injured working on legacy UAP reverse engineering?
Yes.
Okay. How were they injured? Is it something like a radioactive type situation or something we didn't understand? I've heard people talk about Havana syndrome type incidences. What was your recollection of that?
I can't get into specifics, but you could imagine assessing an unknown unknown. There's a lot of potentialities you can't fully prepare for.
How do you think we ought to handle UAP whistleblower complaints like yours in the future?
Yeah, there was some issue with mine. So, you know, PPD-19 process, it goes to the Intel committees, either through PPD-19 or ICD-120. There's not a good way for the Intelligence Community Inspector General to provide that to other committees. And I asked my information to be sent to the House and Senate Armed Services Committee because there are Title X equities at play, but there was no smooth process to do so. Yeah.
It's a trash can. Are you aware of any individuals that are participating in reverse engineering programs for non-terrestrial craft?
Personally, yes.
Do you know any that would be willing to testify if there were protections for them?
Certainly closed door and assurances that breaking their NDA, they're not going to get administratively punished for so. Yeah.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm going to do something a little bit out of the ordinary here. we're going to give 3 people a chance at an additional 3 minutes. So Mr. Burchett, do you want to keep going?
Why don't you come back to me, Mr. Chairman? Ms. Luna, if she's on, is she on that list?
Sure.
Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record an article by News Nation, and it follows Mr. Grush's full interview for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grush, why is it that you refer to the phenomenon as non-human intelligence? Why deviate from the basis of extraterrestrial life?
I think the phenomenon is very complex, and I like to leave an open mind analytically to specific origin.
When you say specific origin, are you referring, can you elaborate on that for those that might not?
If it's a traditional extraterrestrial origin or something else that we don't quite understand from either a biological or astrophysics perspective, yeah, I just like to keep an open mind on what it could be, yeah.
Okay, and referring to your News Nation interview, you had referenced specific treaties between governments. Article 3 of the Nuclear Arms Treaty with Russia identifies UAPs. It specifically mentions them. To your knowledge, are there safety measures in place with foreign governments or other superpowers to avoid an escalatory situation in the event that a UAP malevolent event occurs?
Yeah, you're referring to actual public treaty in the UN Register. It's funny you mentioned that. Yeah, the Agreement on Measures to Reduce the Risk of Outbreak of Nuclear War, signed in 1971. Unclassified treaty, publicly available. And if you cite the George Washington University National Security Archives, you will find the declassified in 2013 specific provisions in the specific red line flash message traffic with the specific codes pursuant to Article 3 and Article, also Situation 2, which is in the previously classified NSA archive. What I would recommend, and I tried to get access, but I got a wall of silence at the White House, was those specific incidents when those message traffic was used. I think some scholarship on that would open the door to a further investigation using those publicly available information.
Thank you. And then my last question with 51 seconds remaining. You mentioned white-collar crimes potentially being taking place in regards to a cover-up. Can you please elaborate?
I have concerns based on the interviews I conducted under my official duties of potential violations of the federal acquisition regulations, the FAR.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I yield the remainder of my time.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Raskin for 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I thank the witnesses for their endurance and service today. Mr. Fravor, you've described your episode in detail now, and you call it the most credible UFO sighting in history. But I wonder, was this the first time that you encountered a UFO or a UAP in 2004?
Yes.
And what was your general attitude or perspective on the UFO discussion before that happened?
I never felt that we were alone with all the planets out there, but I wasn't a UFO person. I wasn't watching History Channel and MUFON and all that.
And have you had experiences or encounters since that happened?
No.
And so have you formed any general conclusions about what you think you experienced then?
Yes. I think what we experienced was, like I said, well beyond the material science and the capabilities that we had at the time, that we have currently, or that we're going to have in the next 10 to 20 years.
Very good. Mr. Grush, you've been able to answer in great detail on certain questions, and then other things you say you're not able to respond to. Can you just explain where you're drawing the line and what's the basis for that?
Yeah, based on my DOPSR security review and what they've determined that is unclassified.
I see. So you're answering any questions that just call upon your knowledge of unclassified questions, but anything that relates to classified matters you're not commenting on in this context?
In an open session, but happy to participate in a closed session at the right level, yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Graves, you've said that there are dozens of fellow pilots, military pilots? Are there also commercial pilots who've encountered the same kind of sightings that you described before?
They are similar. Commercial pilots have less range and less sensors to be able to reach out and look for objects over wide swaths of airspace. And so pilots are seeing them, commercial pilots are seeing them, and they're typically closer, and the range of what they're seeing is pretty large.
What is the most vivid, concrete sighting with the naked eye of the objects that you described before, the cube-like objects?
Certainly. I think the most vivid sighting of that would have been near midair that we had at the entrance to our working area. One of these objects was completely stationary at the exact entrance to our working areas, not only geographically but also at altitude. So it was right where all the jets are going, essentially, on the eastern seaboard. The two aircraft flew within about 50 feet of the object, and that was a very close visual sighting.
And you were in one of the aircraft?
I was not. I was there when the pilot landed. He canceled the mission after, and I was there. He was in the ready room with all his gear on, with his mouth open, and I asked him what the problem was, and he said he almost hit one of those darn things.
He said he was 50 feet away from it?
Yes, sir.
And his description of the object was consistent with the description you gave us before?
A dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere.
Inside of a clear sphere?
Yes.
And with no self-evident propulsion system?
No wings, no IR energy coming off of the vehicle, nothing tethering it to the ground. And that was primarily what we were experiencing out there.
I'm over time. Thank you very much for your service, and I yield back to Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for all three of y'all, starting with Mr. Graves. Why did you come forward on this issue?
I came forward because I felt that my colleagues did not have a way to mitigate this safety threat, and I wanted to help them. I was trained as an aviation safety officer by the Navy, and this seemed, it just felt right. I felt like I had to help the folks that were still flying and dealing with this.
Mr. Grush?
Purely a sense of duty. My first sworn oath when I was a cadet 18 years ago, and I still uphold that even out of the uniform.
Commander?
I was pestered by a friend, and I asked why, and he said, you're the one person that they can't discredit, and you'll add credibility to the New York Times article. And so after about 6 times, I said, okay.
Honest. Yeah. This town isn't made, unfortunately, by people like y'all. We thank y'all. And I do want to also thank the people in the audience and the people that are watching this that can't be, people all over the world that have kept this issue alive. You've endured criticism and derogatory remarks, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. And so God bless y'all. Thank y'all so much. We really appreciate you guys and gals. That's why we need term limits. Y'all keep clapping, us politicians just keep talking. So let me ask y'all, how can the public contribute to UAP reporting, and what avenues you think are available to the public to report these sightings?
Well, right now, I don't think there is a lot of public options for every man to be able to report on this. I think even for professionals that have sensor data that are seeing these on a regular basis, they're still hesitant to come forward. And so for the general public, I think encouraging the conversations that we're having today, looking for technology solutions that can be distributed so that objective data can be gathered is the first place to go.
Mr. Grush?
I'll just touch on the whistleblower side of it. I do encourage, current and former military, intelligence community, and industry contractors to come forward in a legal way, either through the IC or DoD or whatever the cognizant IGs are, to lead, join me in this discussion.
Commander, and I guess I should say this for the record. My daddy was United States Marine Corps, 1st Marine Division, so.
Hoorah.
Yes, sir. He was old school, him and Chesty Puller on Peleliu, so thank you,
wow.
brother.
Wow.
Yes, sir. I'm not anything like my daddy. He was incredible. I'm very mediocre, to say the least, but go ahead.
You seem to be doing fine.
Yeah.
For me, I was an accident investigator, so the biggest thing to learn, and I think that witnesses need to do is, one, don't try and make the fish bigger than it was. Stick to the facts, write it down, and don't speculate what you think it is because it will sway your decision. Just write the facts down. We can get all the facts together and we can start to investigate and get a real honest story instead of it was this big.
Thank you all, and I want to thank everybody. We made history today. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you much, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. I know now we're going to be making some closing remarks, and so I just want to just say a few things. First, to our witnesses, I want to thank all of you for being here with us today. I know that it takes a lot of courage. You're telling really important information to this committee, and I just want to thank you also for all three of you, your service to our country. I also want to just note that today's hearing was both important but also serious, and I want to thank our subcommittee chairman, Mr. Grothman, I think for running a very fair and substantive hearing. I do want to thank the committee staff on both sides for the amount of work that it took to put this hearing in place, and certainly to all the members that have been involved in this issue prior to the hearing. I also want to note for our witnesses and for the public that I'm a freshman member of Congress, and I've only been here for 7 months, but this is by far the most bipartisan conversation and discussion that I have seen happen in the Congress. And I think that a topic of this significance as it relates to our national security, as it relates to information that we're trying to gather for the American public, does bring people together, and I think that's been really great to see. I think it's also important to note for the public, today in our hearing, we had on our side also both our full ranking member, which is Mr. Raskin, and our vice ranking member, which is Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, both here at our hearing. I think it shows the importance and seriousness that our side of the aisle is taking to this important hearing, but also to the broader issue as it relates to working with our Republican counterparts on this committee. I want to additionally add that I think it's really important that we have and continue these discussions and these hearings. Clearly, there's a lot of information that we don't know, but it's also very clear that we have to continue our investigation and accountability on asking the right questions and ensuring that they're part of the public record. One thing that was important today is some folks might wonder, why are we asking questions that might already be out there or that have been asked before? It's important that they're asked and put into the public record as it relates to this committee. And so I want to thank you for, answering some questions multiple times. I know, not just in maybe meetings you had with some members, but also here in the public. Let me also just add an additional note that it's important also that our friends in the media and those that are not just reporting on this hearing, but that have reported on this topic and that may in the future, the media has an important role in this process. And it's very important that the media engages, does independent investigation, and reports on not just what happened today, but what they see independently as what is happening around UAPs in the broader community. That is also an important public benefit that we have in trying to get the information and the facts as it relates to this. Let me also just say finally that as a teacher and an educator and a longtime teacher and researcher, that I also really believe in following facts, in doing your homework, and in making sure that you follow science as we try to get as most information as possible. And so I want to thank you all for agreeing to do that today. Transparency is a cornerstone of government. We live in a vast galaxy, a lot of unanswered questions, and thank you all for being here today. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'd like to one more time thank Mr. Burchett and Ms. Luna for bringing this to our attention. It's a topic that has interested me since I was in school. It was a very illuminating hearing. Obviously, I think several of us are going to look forward to getting some answers in a more confidential setting. I assume some legislation will come out of this. Sure.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I need to compliment the folks in my office that did a lot of the work on this. Rachel and Noah sitting behind me here. They're very quiet and humble, but if without them, this thing would not have come off like it did, so I apologize.
Thank you. I think we're going to want to look into what we can do to make more of this information public. I think there's certainly a time period after which it should always be made public, and people have been concerned about these issues, like I said, since I was in high school. But in any event, I'd like to thank everybody who was here, sticking through the entire hearing. Without objection, the members will have 5 legislative days to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. If there's no further business, without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
The joint hearing of the Committee on House Administration and the Committee on Oversight and Accountability will come to order. After conferring with Chairman Comer, we agreed that today's joint hearing will operate under the rules of the House Committee on House Administration. I note that a quorum is present. Without objection, the chairman may declare recess at any time. Also, without objection, the meeting record will remain open for 5 legislative days, so members may submit any materials they wish to be included therein. I'll now recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. I'd like to thank Chairman Comer and members of the Oversight and Accountability Committee for joining today's Committee on House Administration for our joint hearing. This is the 3rd full committee hearing the Committee on House Administration's American Confidence and Election Series, leading up to the reintroduction of the American Confidence and Election Act, or the ACE Act. The ACE Act is the most conservative election bill to be considered in the House in over 20 years. It works to boost voters' confidence and uphold the Constitution by ensuring states maintain primary control over elections, not the federal government. This is in stark contrast to House Democrats' efforts the last 2 Congresses, which would have nationalized our election system and centralized it in Washington, D.C. Voters' confidence in our election system isn't a partisan issue, and I'll note that voters from both parties have had questions in the past. The ACE Act will equip states with voluntary tools that they can implement to boost voter confidence and strengthen election integrity. However, while the Constitution clearly reserves power over our elections to the state, it explicitly gives Congress the responsibility to ensure the District of Columbia is governed effectively, including elections. That's why it's important to have today's hearing alongside the Oversight Committee. The goal of today's hearing is to discuss how we can ensure elections and boost voter confidence in the District of Columbia by implementing key election reforms outlined in the ACE Act. For years, D.C. elections have been mismanaged. In 2015, the Board of Elections sent verification postcards to 260,000 inactive voters, with nearly 40,000 of those returned as undeliverable. It's a big number. In 2015, the D.C. auditor reviewed a list of people who died the year before. Every single person reviewed was still on the voter rolls and eligible to vote. D.C. failed its audit. It's a huge problem. When a person dies, they should be removed from the voter rolls. The ACE Act fixes this problem. In 2020, D.C.'s bad decisions continued. During the primary, voters waited in line at some polling locations for hours, and some never received mail-in ballots. D.C. then made the decision to allow voters to submit ballots by unsecure email. This raises serious concerns about election integrity and erodes confidence in our elections. In the 2020 general election, the D.C. Board of Elections mailed every person on an unmaintained list a ballot. A post-election audit found that 11% of the 421,000 ballots sent were undeliverable. That's nearly 50,000 ballots. 2 years later, during the 2022 midterm, 508,000 ballots were mailed and nearly 90,000 were undeliverable. That's on top of hundreds of voters who were mailed incorrect ballots. Did D.C. work to address these errors? No. D.C. allows voting without a photo ID. D.C. allows ballot harvesting. D.C. allows non-citizens to vote. It's a huge problem. The ACE Act will fix it. We already know that left-leaning organizations accept millions in foreign money intended to influence American politics. We should all work against foreign influence in our elections. But what will D.C. do? Under a new local law, D.C. made elections more susceptible to foreign interference. After living here for just 30 days, embassy staff from Russia or China could cast a ballot in Washington, D.C. elections. This is beyond unacceptable. American elections should be for American citizens. Our nation's capital should be a beacon of democracy and a national model for excellence in elections administration. This isn't about who wins or loses elections, but rather ensuring voters have confidence in our elections. That's why we need the ACE Act. I'm focused on using Congress's constitutional authority to bring common sense election integrity reforms to the district and protect its voters. The ACE Act takes D.C. from being the poster child on how not to run an election to being the model for states to follow. The ACE Act will make 10 essential reforms in D.C., including 1, requiring strong voter ID laws, 2, prohibiting non-citizens from voting, 3, requiring annual voter list maintenance, and 4, stopping unsolicited mailing of ballots to unmaintained lists. Contrary to what many on the left have said, including what I anticipate we'll hear today, the data shows that states that have implemented common sense election integrity laws have experienced increased voter turnout. It's time to follow the facts and not the false narratives. If Democrats want to work together and encourage more people to vote, they can start by supporting the ACE Act to strengthen voter confidence right here in our nation's capital. Thank you. And I now recognize the chairman of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, Mr. Comer, for the purpose of providing an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we gather with our friends at the Committee on House Administration to consider the election laws of the District of Columbia and the provisions of the Title I, Subtitle D of the American Confidence in Elections Act, or the ACE Act. The right to vote is a hallmark of our republic. Americans' voices are heard when their ballots are cast. Americans must have confidence that our nation's elections are free and fair. Unfortunately, in recent years, we have witnessed firsthand how a lack of safeguards delay election results, creating uncertainty. Political operatives are abusing the practice of ballot harvesting in many jurisdictions across the country. Mail-in voting has been dramatically expanded without safeguards, hurting the voters' confidence in our election systems. For example, ballots are showing up at wrong or outdated addresses due to inaccurate voter lists. Ballots are even being sent to voters who have died. The primary characteristics of the American voting system should be transparency and certainty, not confusion and doubt. The American people should be confident in our voting processes and confident that their vote counts. And that includes in our nation's capital. That is why we are introducing the ACE Act. The ACE Act sets forth best practices to ensure a safe, accessible, and secure election system. Our nation's capital, which falls squarely under Congress's jurisdiction, will adopt these best practices and serve as a model for the rest of the country. The system will require valid identification to vote, prohibit ballot harvesting by unrelated third parties, ensure public access to observe the election process, ensure security of mail-in ballots, prohibit non-U.S. citizens from voting in D.C. elections, and implement other common sense reforms like routine maintenance of official voter rolls. This act also respects the federalist approach to our election system enshrined in the Constitution. Instead of federalizing our electoral system, as our Democrat colleagues tried to do last Congress, this act respects the state to administer its elections in the best way for the voters of that specific state. The reforms of the ACE Act will hopefully create a system that other states will look to as a model for a secure election system. Americans need to have faith that their elections are secure, and this legislation works to restore confidence in these systems. I look forward to hearing the testimony of our witnesses and to discussing how this body can legislate common sense reforms to elections in Washington, D.C. that the states can look to as a model for secure and fair elections. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member of the Committee on House Administration, Mr. Morelli, for the purpose of providing an opening statement.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Stile, for welcoming us today. And thank you to Chair Comer and my good friend, Ranking Member Jamie Raskin, and my colleagues on the Oversight Committee for being with us today. I would say this is becoming tedious, but I think we passed that point months ago. For at least the 7th time this Congress, in what is not even 6 months old, the Committee on House Administration has held an elections-related hearing to discuss this speculative, by all measures entirely unproven, lack of integrity Republicans claim exists in our elections. It appears the Committee on House Administration has turned into the Committee on Redundancy Committee. The hyperfixation on the part of the majority concerns me. It concerns me because it appears my Republican colleagues refuse to believe the overwhelming conclusion reached by nonpartisan experts by multiple presidential administrations, including the Department of Justice under former President Trump, and by scores of witnesses under oath in front of congressional committees for their unpopular policies that would restrict access to the ballot. Today, they have really gone off the deep end. Our colleagues in the majority have brought in our friends from the Committee on Oversight to see if maybe some new faces can help them find what the Trump Department of Justice, the FBI, Thorough investigations and audits in Democratic and Republican-led states, federal and state courts across the country, and the Committee on House Administration have all failed to find any evidence at all that our elections lack integrity. But today's hearing is even more cynical than past because it has the voters of Washington, D.C., who already lack full voting representation in Congress, in its crosshairs. I want to be absolutely clear. Elections in Washington, D.C. are among the most accessible and democratic in our country. They are also among the most secure. The Conservative Heritage Foundation's election fraud cases database lists zero, let me repeat, 0 instances of voter fraud in Washington, D.C. since 1979. But if we're being honest, this hearing's not actually about Washington, D.C. This hearing and the entire ACE Act is about giving Republicans a platform to impose extreme restrictions on voters across this country. They know how unpopular these policies are. They also know these extreme restrictions are necessary for them to succeed electorally. Because Republicans would prefer a world in which fewer people can easily vote, especially people they believe will not support their party's agenda. Perhaps instead of trying to disenfranchise voters, they should spend more time trying to make themselves more appealing to a broader swath of Americans, which might best explain why they've lost every presidential popular vote since 1988 but one. For the Republican majority, these hearings about so-called election integrity are about the past, about how they cannot publicly accept the outcome of the 2020 election, even though they know it's the truth. But for Democrats, ideas about voter access and voting rights are about the future. These are two different views of the world. One is cynical and seeks to exclude and impede, to build barriers and keep voters out of the voting booth. The other, the one House Democrats hold dearly, is aspirational, optimistic, and inclusive. We have a vision of the Constitution so many Americans have embraced since before the Civil War. Americans who saw the urgent necessity of extending the right to vote to formerly enslaved people, to women, and to so many others. Americans who labored and organized and fought to realize that vision. My community of Rochester, New York, is an essential part of that legacy. The home and burial place of Frederick Douglass, who wrote the North Star from Rochester, New York. It's the location of Susan B. Anthony's historic vote in 1872's presidential election, where she was arrested for trying to participate in our democracy. House Democrats are proud to continue in this tradition, to walk the long but always righteous path toward real, full enfranchisement that so many throughout our nation's history have walked before. It's disappointing that our Republican colleagues have chosen a very different path. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize the ranking member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, Mr. Raskin, for the purpose of making an opening statement.
Chairman Stile, thank you very much. Good morning to you and Chairman Comer, and to my friend, Mr. Morelli, the ranking member of House Admin. Good morning, everyone. What do you know? It's been more than a week, so it must be time for another hearing designed to inflict insult and injury on 700,000 disenfranchised Americans living in the nation's capital. Not only do our esteemed GOP colleagues want to block the statehood drive of our fellow Americans from Washington, D.C., and permanently deny them voting representation in the United States Senate and the United States House, not only do they want to roll back home rule, micromanage the D.C. Council, and blame them for the problems caused by their second-class political status, now they want to lecture them about democratic elections and voting rights while making it far more difficult for D.C. residents to register and to vote in the elections that they do get to vote for the few offices open to them, like D.C. Council, School Board, and Mayor. So while the GOP is pushing the ACE Act to empower states to clamp down on voting rights nationally, they also seek to directly impose this extreme anti-voter, anti-democratic legislation as a political straitjacket on the people of Washington, D.C. While Republicans claim to be advancing election integrity, the bill's obvious aim is to disenfranchise people and to make it more difficult to vote. And there's a history of this. In Democracy in America, Tocqueville observed that democracy in our country is always either shrinking and constricting under attack, or it's growing and expanding. And surely it's time for us to get back on the growth track and to stop these assaults on voting rights. But Republicans have thrown away the legacy of President Lincoln and now embrace the big lies and electoral corruption and manipulation of Donald Trump, who runs their party like an authoritarian cult of personality. Instead of bringing the people of Washington, D.C. into the Union on an equal footing with the people of the 50 states, they seek to bring the disenfranchisement and political marginalization afflicting D.C. to people all across America with their proposals for tactical voter suppression, election repression, and registration depression. And what's the justification for their sledgehammer attack on local elections in Washington today? There is none. D.C. already has free, fair, and secure elections for the public offices that are open to the people. In fact, D.C. has some of the most accessible and secure elections in the country. Through its pro-voter laws, D.C. has one of the highest registered voter rates in the country. And the local non-citizen voting policy identified by the chair is just for local elections, not for D.C.'s non-voting delegate in the House of Representatives. And this policy, by the way, follows up upon what was a central article of faith for the Republican Party in the 19th century, that people who come to the country as immigrants who are on the pathway to citizenship should have the right to vote and participate in local and school board elections. And I would refer to my friend from Wisconsin, a unanimous decision of the Wisconsin Supreme Court in 1863 called In Re Wayletz, unanimously upholding Wisconsin's longstanding practice of granting non-citizens the right to vote at every level of government in Wisconsin. And of course, President Lincoln, if you study history, was a great champion of giving non-citizens the right to vote in our country, which is why a lot of people, his opponents, anti-immigrant opponents, argued that he was in public office illegitimately because of the immigrant vote in Illinois, Wisconsin, and New York. But in any event, the Heritage Foundation's election fraud cases database identifies 0 instances of voter fraud in Washington, D.C. since 1979. That's no election fraud in the nation's capital in the last 44 years. And D.C.'s very strong pro-voter, pro-registration policies are clearly conducive to election integrity and have not led to any episodes of voter fraud that I'm aware of, but perhaps the majority has some in mind. The only plausible reason for this legislation today is for people who really know nothing about local Washington, D.C. beyond Capitol Hill to use D.C. as a whipping post, a guinea pig, and a sacrificial lamb in their effort to constrict the vote and depress participation nationally. With this hearing, our friends in the GOP have moved from the macro suppression of representation, voting rights, and political voice in Washington to the micro suppression of local voting rights to keep people from even getting to the polls to cast ballots for candidates for the few offices that D.C. residents are actually allowed to fill. This bill is unnecessary, unfair, undemocratic, and unworthy of this body. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other members' opening statements will be made part of the record if they're submitted to the committee clerk by 5 p.m. today. Pursuant to paragraph B of Committee Rule 6, the witnesses will please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative and may be seated. I'll now introduce our witnesses. Our first witness, Mr. Ken Cuccinelli, serves as the National Chairman on the Election Transparency Initiative. Previously, Mr. Cuccinelli served in the federal government, first as Acting Director of the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, and then as the Acting Deputy Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Our next witness, Mr. Charlie Spies, is a D.C. voter and has been providing strategic political law counsel at the highest levels for over 2 decades. Our next witness, Ms. Monica Evans, serves as the Executive Director of the D.C. Board of Elections. Prior to joining the board, Ms. Evans served as the Director of Grants Management at the U.S. Election Assistance Commission. Our final witness, Ms. Wendy Weiser, directs the Democracy Program at the Brennan Center for Justice at the NYU School of Law. We appreciate all of our witnesses being here today and look forward to your testimony. As a reminder, we've read your written statement and it will appear in full in the hearing record. Under Committee Rule 9, you're to limit your oral presentation to a brief summary of your written statements. I now recognize Mr. Cuccinelli for 5 minutes for the purpose of making an opening statement.
Chairman Steele and Comer and Ranking Members Morelli and Raskin, I'm Ken Cuccinelli, Chairman of the Election Transparency Initiative. where we work every day to help improve the transparency, security, and accessibility of elections in every state so that every American, regardless of color, creed, or party affiliation, has confidence in the outcome of every election. Top of mind for today is the reintroduction of the ACE Act, which we support, and its second pillar concerning the election administration in the nation's capital. Obviously, Congress can do this under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, which gives Congress power to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over the district. The ACE Act, which features a host of state-based election integrity reforms that Congress can enact at their discretion, preserves this constitutionally prescribed balance by requiring reforms in DC, but allowing states to choose. Let me be clear, the ACE Act does not mandate changes to state election laws, and this is an important factor in ETI's support for the ACE Act. We view Congress in a role similar to a state legislature as it relates to the nation's capital, but only the nation's capital. DC should be the gold standard for fair and honest elections in which every legal vote is cast and counted openly, equally, and with the highest standard of integrity. But how is the administration of DC elections going? Well, these distressing details are contained in my written testimony, and the chairman walked through some recent examples. But without question, DC elections are in profound disarray and have been poorly administered. Thankfully, Congress can and should exercise its responsibility over DC to repair its self-inflicted broken system. Current DC election laws are fraught with a host of anti-election integrity procedures and practices which unfortunately do more to sow doubt, confusion, and mistrust than they do to inspire confidence. For example, same-day voter registration and automatic voter registration. And I would stress, registering to vote should be an affirmative act taken by an elector, not an automated command between differing systems and databases. Allowing pre-registration of eligible 16-year-old residents who are then automatically registered to vote upon turning 18. Inflating the voter rolls with potentially ineligible voters that are then ripe for mismanagement, abuse, and even fraud. No excuse absentee voting with a permanent absentee voting list. No ID requirement to vote after the voter has voted once in a previous election, just proof of residence, no photo required. Unsecured and unguarded drop boxes, and DC's infamous non-citizen voting law, which would allow green card holders and residents or those here illegally to vote so long as they're 18 or older and have been in DC for at least 30 days. That's right, non-citizens, including foreign nationals who've pledged loyalty to other countries such as Russia or China, would be allowed to vote in DC thanks in part to Senator Schumer and Senate Democrats who refused to preserve citizen-only voting when they had the chance. Even the Washington Post recognizes that elections in our nation's capital shouldn't be decided by the votes of Russian and Chinese nationals working at their country's embassies or non-citizens in the country illegally. Ranking Member Raskin, who I sit before today, was asked during a February 6 Rules Committee hearing if he supported allowing non-citizen staff of the Embassy of the Russian Federation the right to vote in DC elections. He replied, "I've opposed Vladimir Putin's massive social disinformation campaign against American democracy, and I'm opposed to Russian subversion of democracy all over the world. So if they asked me my advice, I would say vote against that." And now you will all have the chance to do just that with the introduction of the ACE Act. The ACE Act would address DC elections through proven fundamental common sense reforms rooted in ballot and voter integrity, beginning with voter ID for in-person and mail-in voting. Voter ID, and particularly photo ID, is overwhelmingly popular among virtually every voting demographic, regardless of party, race, or where a man or woman lives, because it protects the right to vote in elections that are secure and fair. There are many other, Congress has work to do to fix DC's elections, and the problems referenced in my testimony today and my obviously longer submitted statement. These problems are America's problems, and the Election Transparency Initiative stands ready to assist in fixing them so the barriers to honest and accurate elections are replaced with those helping to guarantee certainty, trust, and confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cuccinelli. Mr. Spies, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman and distinguished members. My name is Charlie Spies. I'm in the political law practice at the Dickinson Wright Law Firm and have spent the past 25 years as an attorney in the election law arena. I've served as counsel to the chairman of the FEC, election law counsel for the RNC, counsel to the DC Republican Party, and have done election law work in over 30 states. My wife and I are DC residents, and I've worked on multiple challenges before the DC Board of Elections. If we can get reforms correct in DC, it will be a model for states around the nation. We are facing a crisis of voter confidence in this country, with polls demonstrating that 37% of Democratic-leaning voters and 71% of Republican-leaning voters share concerns about the election system. I want to be very clear. Free, fair, secure, well-run, and transparent elections are a cornerstone of, and certainly not a threat to, democracy. Laws that create safeguards to ensure every legal vote is counted and increase transparency are not, to quote inflammatory rhetoric, so-called Jim Crow 2.0. Effective election integrity efforts are not tedious, but instead they are important to increase confidence in our electoral process, which also results in increased voter participation. Georgia and Florida recently passed common sense reforms similar to the ACE Act here, and the result has been more participation and more confidence in the outcome of their elections. The ACE Act will implement basic election reforms while also supporting states' rights to manage their own election processes by making DC into a model for fair, secure, and transparent elections. The two key principles of the ACE Act that will improve voter confidence are tools to make elections more effectively run and making elections more transparent. Locally, the challenges with the administrations of elections in DC have been outlined by the chairman and Mr. Cuccinelli. The second component to improve voter confidence is transparency, which must include meaningful observation of all aspects of the voting process. Multiple states recently used the pretext of COVID to thwart election observation efforts, and when you don't let poll workers see what's happening, then they aren't going, or you don't have security or cameras around drop boxes, then people are going to question the process. Transparency demonstrates that the process works and uncovers issues to be remedied in a timely manner. For example, Florida saw huge electoral turnout across all demographics in 2022 after implementing similar reforms to the ACE Act, and that should be our goal with DC reforms also. The ACE Act contains numerous provisions to ensure DC elections are well-run and transparent, cleaning up voter rolls, adding voter ID requirements, prohibiting ballot harvesting, ending non-citizen voting, and expanding effective election observation. Despite dishonest and divisive cries of voter suppression, the American people overwhelmingly support common sense reforms like this to the election process. Most of the reforms in the ACE Act have been tried in Florida and Georgia, and Florida's SB 90 was a model for many of these of the safeguards. The fact is that in Florida, despite assertions of suppression, in 2022, turnout among all demographics was up, and the Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit recently upheld the challenge provisions of it. The same can be said about Georgia. After Senate Bill 202 was signed into law, Georgia received national backlash, but the reality is that Georgia saw record-breaking turnout last November, and a University of Georgia survey of voters taken after the elections found that exactly 0% of black respondents reported a poor voting experience. I'm focused on Florida and Georgia because the ACE Act is based upon their common sense reforms, and by bringing those here to Washington, D.C., we can use it as a model for reform around the country. Thank you for the invitation to discuss the opportunity to use D.C. as the model for electoral reform, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spies. Ms. Evans, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Still, Ranking Member Morelli, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, and members of the committees. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to address the operations of DC Board of Elections. I am here today in my role as Executive Director of the DC BOE, and today I would like to discuss the process of administering elections in the district. The DC Board of Elections is a charter independent agency comprised of a bipartisan 3-member board who are each confirmed by the DC Council once nominated by the mayor. As the Executive Director, I am appointed by and serve at the pleasure of the board. Along with a small but dedicated staff, I am responsible for carrying out the board's mission. My office does not introduce legislation, we do not pass legislation, nor do we opine on legislation. We do not comment on the policy decisions made or proposed by elected officials. We implement election laws as they exist or as they may be amended from time to time by elected officials. When needed, we comment to the DC Council regarding the administrative requirements and the fiscal impact of implementing pending legislation. Similar to Congress, the DC Council solicits feedback from constituents and hosts public hearings prior to the enactment of any legislation. As you know, in the District of Columbia, there is also a 30-day congressional review period for all council-enacted legislation. Once a DC law passes congressional review, we administer it with neutrality and independence. Generally, DC BOE considers its efforts successful when all eligible individuals who wish to participate in the electoral process can do so simply, efficiently, and without barriers, and with confidence that their votes will be counted as they intended, and stakeholders have confidence in the management of the process and the result. DC BOE works and collaborates with state and local elections offices through its participation in national organizations, including the Election Center, the National Association of Election Directors, and the National Association of Secretaries of State. DC BOE interacts with the Election Assistance Commission. Our collaboration with the Federal Voting Assistance Program is to implement the online voter registration and absentee ballot request system for military and overseas voters. We are also pleased to work with interjurisdictional efforts that help us maintain our voter registration lists. Through the Electronic Registration Information Center or otherwise, our goal is simply to maintain accurate voter rolls in our jurisdiction, which is relative to states more transient and constantly in motion. We ensure the integrity of every election by putting measures and safeguards in place that warrant confidence in the elections process. We are transparent with our operations, and our reports are published on our website. Our operations are open and accessible to members of the public. Prior to each election, DC BOE conducts logic and accuracy testing that is designed to verify the ballot counting program, prepare voting equipment, and certify that the voting equipment properly reads and tabulates votes. Tests are conducted prior to every election and may be observed by members of the public. Further, DC BOE conducts a manual audit after primary and general elections. Members of the public are able to observe and verify that votes are correctly classified and tallied. The audit report must be completed before election results are certified. We conduct 100% signature verification on all return mail ballots. Trained employees review scanned signatures from ballots against signatures we have on file. If there is a signature mismatch or if there is no signature, we have a cure process. Voters certify that they are the individual who voted by signing a voter's certificate. DC BOE provides guidelines for poll watchers and election observers to ensure the orderly conduct of elections and to protect the rights of all participants in the voting process. We have also been awarded for our efforts. In closing, DC BOE has a dedicated staff that administers elections effectively and with integrity. We work with other jurisdictions to share information and election practices. Simply stated, we are charged with adhering to and implementing election laws that pertain to the District of Columbia.
Thank you very much, Ms. Evans. Ms. Weiser, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Stile, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Morelli, and Ranking Member Raskin. Free and fair elections are the cornerstone of American democracy, but they are facing serious and in many ways unprecedented threats. The problem is not voter fraud. We've just had two of the most secure federal elections in American history. The problem is a sustained anti-democratic push to reduce access to voting, meddle in election administration and equipment, and create a climate of fear around elections while underinvesting in real access and security needs. This push has been driven by false claims and election denial, and it threatens to undermine the freedom to vote and election integrity in future federal elections. At the Brennan Center for Justice, a nonpartisan think tank and law center, we are tracking 4 kinds of threats. First, Americans are facing a more concerted effort to restrict access to voting than we have in generations. Last year, voters in 20 states faced 33 new laws making it harder to vote, and this year we're on a similar track. These laws especially target voters of color, and it is not the case that turnout is up equally across all demographics. In fact, nationally, the turnout gap between white and non-white voters was larger in 2022 than in any federal general election since at least 2000, and it is growing. Second, our elections face elevated levels of harassment and threats of violence. Election officials in particular have been targeted relentlessly, but voters and even elected officials have not been spared. Third, we're seeing attempts to prevent we're seeing increasing efforts to sabotage election administration and outcomes, from attempts to prevent certification of valid results to new laws making it easier for partisans to interfere in election counting and election administration. Fourth, there are increased threats of infiltration of election systems, along with risks from aging and less secure equipment. These problems are not specific to the District of Columbia. They are national problems that require a strong national response. And I submit that response is the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act, which came achingly close to becoming law last year, and Congress should pass that now. Today's hearing on the ACE Act underscores the central role that Congress ought to play in ensuring that every eligible American can cast a ballot and have that ballot securely counted. The U.S. Constitution gives Congress extremely broad authority to set baseline national standards for voting and election administration in federal elections. Unfortunately, the ACE Act's mandates for Washington, D.C. fail to meet this moment. Rather than improving voting access and election integrity, it would roll back critical pro-voter advances that are working well in the district and across the country. For example, it would repeal same-day registration and impose one of the earliest registration deadlines in the country, transforming DC's registration system from one of the most accessible in the country to one of the least. And although Congress has the authority to make laws for DC, it should afford the district the same opportunity as other jurisdictions to set its own local election rules, subject to whatever baseline pro-voter election standards that Congress sets for the nation. At bottom, the ACE Act would restrict voting access for DC's hundreds of thousands of voters, none of whom have voting representation in the Congress considering this bill, and that is unfair. The people of the District of Columbia deserve the same local sovereignty that other Americans have. They also deserve the full representative citizenship that can only be obtained via statehood. DC has a larger population than Vermont or Wyoming, and its citizens pay more taxes than those of 22 states. DC voters overwhelmingly voted in favor of statehood. For the district's majority non-white population, this is not just a matter of self-determination, but also an essential civil rights issue. So rather than focusing solely on DC and trying to make the district a model for others, we urge Congress to address the urgent threats facing our national elections. Congress should pass sensible, pro-voter, pro-democracy baseline standards that apply equally across the country, the standards in the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act. Our democracy can't wait. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll begin our questions today, followed by Ranking Member Morelli. We'll then alternate between parties, and because this is a joint hearing, alternate between membership of each committee by seniority respectively. We have 57 members here, about 1/8 of the House of Representatives, and so I will hold us quite tightly to the 5 minutes. I'll now recognize myself for the purpose of questioning our witnesses. Ms. Evans, if I can start with you. You're the current Executive Director of the DC Board of Elections. You don't make election law, but you implement election policy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so in Washington, D.C., if you're a D.C. resident, you'd need a photo ID to board an airplane. You'd need a photo ID to buy a 6-pack of beer. Do you need a photo ID to vote in a D.C. election?
When an individual shows up to a vote center, they do not need to submit a voter identification.
So you don't need photo ID if you're voting in Washington, D.C., although you needed to buy a 6-pack of beer, you needed to board an airplane. Ms. Evans, did D.C. just pass a law that would allow non-citizens to vote in D.C. elections?
In D.C. local elections, that is correct.
So starting in 2024, next year, non-citizens will be allowed to vote in D.C., correct?
In local elections, that is correct.
So, Mr. Cuccinelli, if I can, Ms. Evans said not only does D.C. Allow non-citizens to vote, they don't require photo ID to vote in D.C. elections. Doesn't that mean that people who aren't eligible could vote? So isn't it important that people are who they say they are when they show up to the polls, and photo ID would help ensure that?
Absolutely, and that's actually the phrasing I recall Vice President Harris using in a BET interview about 2 years ago.
So, Mr. Cuccinelli, let me shift gears slightly. Days could vote in D.C. elections?
That's exactly what it means.
And so if Washington, D.C. implemented photo ID for voting and allowed non-citizens to vote, an individual working at the Russian embassy could pull out a Russian embassy passport and vote in our nation's capital?
That's exactly right.
That's ridiculous. The ACE
Also
Act,
exactly right.
It's ridiculous. This is the nation's capital. We shouldn't have Russian embassy or Chinese embassy staff voting in our elections. In fact, only U.S. citizens should be voting in American elections. Mr. Cuccinelli, the ACE Act is the strongest conservative election integrity legislation to be considered in the House in a generation. But the left kind of comes at it with these visceral attacks, the same attacks that they tried to use in Georgia when Georgia passed their voter integrity provisions. In fact, last night, the Committee on House Administration Democratic Twitter account said the ACE Act directly threatens the district and our democracy. Does photo ID threaten the district and our democracy?
No, it protects it.
Does prohibiting non-citizens from voting, is that a threat to democracy?
It protects the democracy and the value of U.S. citizenship.
Does maintaining clean voter rolls, is that a threat to democracy?
No, it is a protection for democracy.
So what are they talking about?
They're talking about a 20-year-old narrative where they attack anything that makes elections cleaner and more secure and more transparent. It is not a new attack. It's been going on for a long time. This is just the modern version of it. We heard the Jim Crow 2.0. Charlie Spees touched on this, and Georgia was the center point of this over the last 2 years. That's where the real explosion took place.
And after all this hyperbole in Georgia, the President of the United States leans in, makes false claims. The Washington Post comes back, gives 4 Pinocchios to the president. The false narrative is driven. Major League Baseball removes the All-Star game from Atlanta off this false narrative. Then we get to the election. What happens in Georgia? Was the Democratic narrative proven true?
No, they had record turnout. The narrative was proven completely false. And one of the universities down there, obviously from the left side of the spectrum politically, polled after and found that 0% of black voters had a bad voting experience. And the black and white report of good voting experience was within 0.1% of one another, over 72% of both populations.
Which shows that putting in place good election integrity laws actually increases voter confidence and increases voter turnout across demographic groups. I think that's important. That's what the ASAC does. I appreciate your comments here, and I yield back. I'll now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Morelli, for 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin, Mr. Cuccinelli. Did Joe Biden win the 2020 presidential election?
Well, he's the president today, so yes.
Yes, he did win the election. Mr. Speed, that's your answer? He did win the election.
He's the president today, so yes, he won the election.
Well, question of whether or not it's the president and the question of whether or not he won the election are actually two different questions. In your opinion, did he win the election?
He is the president today, and it's because he won that election. Yes.
Okay.
And he won that election because the Hunter Biden story was suppressed and because of Zuckerbugs.
Wow. Mr. Spees, did Joe Biden win the 2020 presidential election?
George Bush won the 2000 and 2004 election. Donald Trump won the 2016 election. Brian Kemp won the 2018 election. And Joe Biden won the 2020 election. All were challenged.
Okay, Ms. Holmes, did Joe Biden win the 2020 election?
I'm assuming you're addressing me, Ms. Evans, and yes, that is correct.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Evans, my apologies, yes. Ms. Weiser, did Joe Biden win the 2020 election? I'd like to stick with you, Ms. Weiser. Weiser, I'm sorry, my apologies. Boy, I'm really messing up names here. I really apologize to everyone. Ms. Weiser, in the aftermath of the 2020 election, the threats to election workers rose significantly. Many election workers targeted by internet rumors, public officials, even by the then President of the United States. And yet they're a key element in our democratic process. Common sense rules are needed to ensure election workers can keep their workplace safe and secure. And I love your opinion. First of all, can more be done to protect poll workers and others who facilitate and support our elections? And then does the ACE Act do enough, in your opinion, to support safety and security of election workers?
Thank you for your question. Absolutely more can and must be done to protect election workers in America. The Brennan Center has been actually surveying local election officials for the past several years, and we have documented an alarming spike in threats and harassment of election officials. Just earlier this year, we found that nearly 1 in 3 election officials have been threatened, harassed, or abused for doing their jobs. 45% fear for the safety of their colleagues, and more than 1 in 5 are concerned about being assaulted on the job. And the concerns are actually the highest for election officials that are serving communities of color in America. In addition to facing these threats, they have too few resources to address it. And across the country, election officials are reporting that they do not have the resources to ensure the physical safety and security of their election workers, of their polling places, and of their homes. We've estimated, and this is something that Congress can assist, but in addition, we need to have clear standards that ensure that election officials have the same protections as voters and others against harassment and intimidation. We need to protect their privacy and against doxing, and we need to have baseline national standards that actually reduce the incentive to threaten and harass election officials and depoliticize election administration. These are critical reforms, most of which are in the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act. They are not in the ACE Act, which doesn't at all address the safety concerns of election officials. To the contrary, actually, it has some provisions that increase risks of election officials by empowering partisan polling place observers and preventing election officials from being able to manage polling places to ensure the safety of election workers in the polling places.
Thank you. Mr. Cuccinelli, the subject of the hearing concerns the confidence of American public in the integrity of election process. And I believe Americans, if they have any reason to be concerned, it would be about the efforts of the former president to overturn a fair and legitimate election to retain power and stop the peaceful transfer of power, which has been so fundamental to American democracy. Richard Donahue served as the second highest ranking official at the Justice Department during the Trump administration. He testified under penalty of perjury about a conversation former President Trump had with you on December 31st, 2020. Testified the President asked you whether the Department of Homeland Security could seize voting machines. Frankly, a desperate attempt to overturn the election. I note that my colleague, Ms. Torres, has asked about your response, which is at significant odds with the testimony under perjury. I look forward to your response to her questions.
The gentleman yields back. The chairman of the Committee on Oversight, Mr. Comer, is now recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Cuccinelli, you've already stated that you are like a majority of Americans. You oppose allowing non-U.S. citizens the right to vote. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
On January 31st of this year, I introduced House Joint Resolution 24, a resolution disapproving the D.C. Council's bill to allow non-citizens to vote. Mr. Cuccinelli, would you have supported this bill?
Absolutely.
I'm glad you say that. I'm also glad that 42 of my Democrat colleagues agreed with you and voted in favor of that legislation when it passed the House on February 9th. Mr. Cuccinelli, do you agree that allowing foreign nationals, including foreign nationals from countries that are openly hostile to the United States, to cast votes in the municipal elections of our nation's capital pose severe security risks?
I certainly do, and find it a rather brazen invitation to foreign interference in a local election.
You know, I have to state this, Mr. Chairman, the D.C. mayor and city council members play a crucial role in emergency preparedness for the city. And now foreign nationals will have a say in who holds those elected positions. That's something that we should all be very concerned about. Mr. Cuccinelli, Title I, Subtitle D of the ACE Act would prohibit a non-citizen from voting in a D.C. election. Do you support such a provision?
Absolutely.
So the ACE Act uses what it considers to be best practices and implements them within the district, which falls under the jurisdiction of the U.S. Congress, to have our capital become a poster child for safe, secure, and accessible elections. Mr. Cuccinelli, do you believe the reforms contemplated by the ACE Act would bring us closer to this goal?
Much closer, yes, Congressman.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Raskin, the ranking member on the Committee on Oversight, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm charmed by my colleagues' sudden interest in Russian subversion of American elections, something that they used to describe as the Russian hoax. If only they had shown a fraction of the interest in stopping Donald Trump's sellout of the American government to Vladimir Putin on everything from NATO to Syria to Ukraine, as they're showing about the possibility that a handful of Russian diplomats could sway an advisory neighborhood commission election in DuPont Circle, America would be in a much stronger position today. Mr. Spies, several provisions of the ACE Act seek to shield or limit donor disclosure, masking the true source of funding in our elections and hampering the ability of the FEC to enforce the foreign national prohibition. The ACE Act could lead to millions of dollars in hidden foreign spending, hitting our airwaves and influencing our elections. Now, I want to talk about this kind of foreign interference. As you know, it's unlawful for any person to solicit, accept, or receive a contribution or donation from a foreign national. Do you agree it's important to ensure that foreign nationals do not make a contribution or donation of money or something else of value in connection with a federal, state, or local election?
Yes.
And you are counsel to the super PAC Right to Rise USA, is that right?
Yes.
In matter under review 7122, the FEC fined Right to Rise USA in America Pacific International Capital, APIC, a California corporation controlled by two foreign national Chinese citizens, $940,000, at the time the third largest penalty the FEC had ever issued. The penalty followed reporting that identified two illegal APIC donations totaling $1.3 million to Right to Rise. Now, as I'm sure you remember, Mr. Spies, you were also fined by the FEC in this matter as the treasurer of Right to Rise. This incident is a concrete example of actual foreign interference in our elections. Shouldn't Congress be doing everything in its power to stop concrete actual foreign interference, like strengthening the ban on foreign national money and promoting disclosure of the true sources of election-related spending?
Almost everything you just stated there was factually incorrect. I would suggest the staffer who wrote that for you should research what happened there. Long story short, what you're talking about is an American subsidiary under the control of U.S. citizens that gave money to a super PAC. Everybody, including
So what was
on
the fine
commission,
for?
There was a conciliation agreement, which means that you settle with the commission, and the PAC paid.
Because of foreign money, right?
It was not. There was never foreign money. The allegation was that it was U.S. money, but that a foreign national was the counsel at the foreign company by having legal review of whether it was permissible to contribute. That meant that you had a foreign citizen allegedly involved in the contribution, but it was never alleged to be foreign money. This was a U.S. money, but there was a
Okay, I'm
foreign
going to have to
lawyer
cut you.
involved in
Send
it.
us a memo about the
So
rest
you
of it.
concerned
All I've
about
got
the
is the
facts or
FEC
just-
decision. Okay, forgive me. I'm reclaiming my time.
So it's just a
I'm
chit chat?
reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman. It's my time. Ms. Weiser, we just went through the unprecedented agony of a president of the United States trying to overthrow a presidential election, trying to get the vice president of the United States to step outside of his constitutional role and to declare the president who lost the victor in the election. We heard people not far from here chanting, "Hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence," driving him out of the body. There was an attempt to substitute the loser for winner in a presidential election. We experienced a violent insurrection. There have been hundreds of convictions. People have just been convicted of seditious conspiracy, which means conspiracy to overthrow the government. And now, instead of dealing with that reality, which poses a serious threat to the Union, a dagger pointed at the throat of the United States of America, instead our colleagues come forward with legislation to try to impose a photo ID on local elections in the District of Columbia. Do you see something as strange or perverse about this response to the actual threats to democracy in America?
Thank you for your question. I do agree that the ASAC does not address these critical threats that are urgent and that Congress needs to address as quickly as possible heading into federal elections, and instead focuses on actually rolling back voting rights solely in the District of Columbia.
All right, thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before getting into my questions, I just want to bring up something that I'd heard earlier, and I'm a bit surprised that the minority is criticizing this committee for having so many hearings on a piece of legislation that is very important to Americans. Look, debate, careful consideration, and transparency is the hallmark of American legislative process. I look out at the crowd here and I can see people who are probably on both sides of this issue. However, it's testimony that this many people are here to hear logical debate and consideration. Now, I probably shouldn't be surprised because in the last Congress, this committee was handed an 884-page election overhaul bill that was rushed through by the Democrats. 884 pages long. We had 2 hearings, 2 short hearings, and no markup before it was rushed to the House floor. This bill is 1/6 of the size of that bill. We've had 7 hearings, including today. We've got more scheduled to come. I don't see that as a problem. I see that as doing things the right and proper way. Now, with that said, Mr. Cuccinelli, Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution grants primary authority to states to run elections, how they see fit, and gives Congress purely a secondary role. Why is that important?
Well, I would add one item as to why it's important that gets rarely discussed, and sort of comes from my old DHS hat, and that is the simple matter of, we've had comments from myself included about election interference. If you have 51 different elections picking your president, we'll take the one national election, it is the security equivalent of a diversified financial portfolio. If you hack a state, you've hacked one state. If H.R. 1 and H.R. 4 of the previous Congress had become law, you'd have had one big election system. You hack one election system, you can actually affect outcomes much more easily. The more you hack more states, the more likely you are to get caught. That is a high deterrent for a nation state. So that is a very little discussed benefit to the states running elections. They are all done differently, District of Columbia included, and that's a real benefit for American security.
But under our current Constitution, and I know some want to change this, the District of Columbia is subject to congressional authority, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to divert a little bit because of something that was asked earlier. We were talking, the chairman was talking about foreign nationals, that live here. Now they can vote in D.C. Mr. Cuccinelli, I know you're an attorney. Do we have foreign nationals that do live in the United States that are not citizens?
Millions of them.
Do we have those that have permanently made the United States their residency or their domicile that are not U.S. citizens?
Millions of them.
Let me read to you what the qualifications for the office of mayor in the District of Columbia currently are. No person shall hold the office of mayor unless he is a qualified elector. Would someone that we described, the chairman described earlier, that may be a foreign national that worked at the Russian embassy but now just decided to stay in D.C. and because of our current status of not just allowing anybody to come to the country and stay here, would not force them to leave? Is that a scenario that's possible? And would that person be a qualified elector?
Under the current definition.
Second qualification, has resided and domiciled in the district for 1 year, immediately preceding the day on which the general or special election for mayor is to be held. Is that scenario possible, that someone who is a former employee of the Russian or Chinese embassy decided to stay in the United States, is qualified to vote in the District of Columbia, could run for mayor of the District of Columbia?
Absolutely.
Has not been convicted of a felony while holding the office, and then it talks about various types of employment. Now, I'm not an attorney, but I can read some legal documents, and from what I'm seeing here, I could be wrong, it could be something else in the code book for the District of Columbia, but what I'm reading right here, directly off the District of Columbia's qualifications, is that someone who has worked for an adversary to the United States could run and become mayor of the District of Columbia. Is that what you read?
Yes.
I'll submit my other questions for the record to Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Holmes Norton is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The D.C. Statehood bill is clearly constitutional. As leading constitutional scholars said in a letter to Congress, and I'm quoting, "There is no constitutional barrier to passing the bill." In the 116th and 117th Congresses, the House passed the D.C. Statehood bill. This Congress, the bill has 193 co-sponsors in the House and 45 in the Senate. The bill would admit the state of Washington Douglas Commonwealth and reduce the size of the federal district, also known as the District of Columbia. The state would consist of 66 of the 68 miles of the current federal district, and the reduced federal district, over which Congress would retain plenary authority, would consist of the other 2 square miles. There is no precedent for Congress admitting new states and reducing the size. There is precedent for Congress admitting new states and reducing the size of the federal district. The Constitution's admissions clause gives Congress the power to admit new states. Congress has admitted all 37 new states into the Union by simple legislation since the original 13 states. The Constitution's district clause gives Congress plenary authority over the federal district. Congress used this authority to reduce the size of the federal district by 30% in 1846. Not only is the D.C. Statehood Bill constitutional, the state of Washington Douglas Commonwealth would meet the 3 traditional criteria Congress has used in evaluating prospective states, namely support for statehood, commitment to democracy, and sufficient population and resources. In particular, in 2016, 86% of D.C. residents voted for statehood. Ms. Weiser, why do you think D.C. residents overwhelmingly support statehood?
Thank you very much for your question. D.C. residents, like all citizens, desire and deserve political self-determination, a say over what happens in their community, and a voice in the national government over what happens in the country as well.
There is nothing preventing Congress from passing legislation tomorrow to admit the state of Washington Douglas Commonwealth other than partisanship, spurious and spacious arguments, and dog whistles, like the statement from a Republican senator that the new state, which would be majority black and brown, would not be, and I'm quoting, a well-rounded working class state, end quote. I urge my colleagues to pass the D.C. State Bill and to keep their hands off of D.C.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I yield to the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you kindly, Ms. Norton. I just wanted to correct the record about this. Mr. Spies seemed to deny what I had asserted. I'd like to submit for the record the conciliation agreement in the matter of Right to Rise USA, which specifically says on page 4, Right to Rise USA violated 52 U.S.C. 30121A2 when its agent Neil Bush solicited a foreign national for a political contribution. Right to Rise USA violated 52 U.S.C. 30121A2 by accepting APIC's contributions. Respondents will cease and desist and will pay a civil penalty to the commission in the amount of $390,000. And this was signed for the respondents by you, Mr. Spies, on February 13th, 2019. Do you deny any of that?
I would be happy to explain if you'd like to give me more time.
Sure, and we can also explain it by entering into this, the record, how a Chinese-owned firm entered U.S. presidential politics August 3rd, 2016. Intercept, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the gentleman may answer
Please.
the question.
What you just read is that somebody solicited, that the conciliation agreement agreed that Mr. Bush solicited a foreign national. And what that meant is that he spoke with the counsel of a foreign parent company about whether it was permissible for domestic money to be contributed. No foreign money was contributed to the super PAC.
No, it says you accepted APIC's contributions. If it was American money, why would you be entering into an agreement to embrace your own guilt in the matter?
I was the counsel for an organization that found it was better to conciliate than continue to litigate.
Okay, so you did plead guilty to it.
I didn't plead guilty, and
Well,
the
you
organization
admit-
did not
the
plead
gentlelady's
guilty.
time is-
You are
Thank you.
misunderstanding how it works.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady's time has expired. Ms. Bice is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the witnesses for being here today. First, let me say that I come from the great state of Oklahoma, and in Oklahoma, we have some of, if not the most secure election laws in the entire country. And as such, in 2010, we passed a voter initiative to require voter ID or voter verification at the polls. It passed by almost 75%. And I believe that if you were to put a ballot initiative together nationally to ask if citizens should be required to verify proof of identification at the polls, that you would see an overwhelming number of individuals would support that initiative. Ms. Weiser, I want to start with you. You earlier mentioned that when in 2020 and 2022, there were mail-in ballots submitted across the District of Columbia and mailed out to every single general election voter. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that is correct.
And in 2020, wasn't it true that there were ballots that were not accepted and or voters that were not able to vote? And because of that, there was the opportunity for email ballots. Is that correct?
I am not familiar with the email ballot, with whether or not there were email ballots.
Ms. Evans, would you like to address that?
During the 2020 primary election, individuals did not receive their mail ballots, and due to health reasons, we utilized the platform we have for military and overseas voters, and so we did follow the guidelines as far as acceptance of those ballots through that channel.
Do you believe, Ms. Weiser, that accepting email ballots diminishes voter confidence?
We believe that internet voting is not yet secure nationally as a standard to roll out across the country.
Mr.
In
Speed,
limited
yes or no? It's not confident. There's
in
lack of voter
limited
confidence.
circumstances, small numbers of ballots can be done securely. We would not recommend expanding that.
Mr. Spees, if I can ask you the same question, do you believe that email ballots would diminish voter confidence?
Yes.
Mr. Cuccinelli?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Well, because we're all in our own lives all too familiar with the hacking of our own email systems, much less everyone else's. And so when you are reliant on that form for voting, especially in an arrangement where there's no identification even required, much less attempted, it guts confidence in the outcome.
And isn't that a reason why we actually ask for proof of identification when we go to the polls, Mr. Spees? We want to be able to ensure that the individual that is submitting their ballot is actually who they say they are. Is that correct?
That's exactly right, and I would just note that the 75% statistic you noted in terms of voter ID for Oklahoma is very similar to all the national polling out there, which shows over 75% support for voter ID.
And currently, voter ID is not required for mail-in ballots. Is that correct, Ms. Evans?
That is correct.
And you mentioned in your testimony that signature verification is used. How confident are you in signature verification? And if I can ask, do you sign your signature the same way today that you did 20 years ago?
I am confident in signature verification in the District of Columbia. We have trained individuals who have numerous signatures for which they can use to verify.
Where do you get the signature information that you're utilizing?
We get some of it from the Department of Motor Vehicles. We get some of it from actual voter registration applications. And when individuals vote in person, they sign the poll pads, and those signatures are captured. So we have a number of signatures we can use to verify signature. In the event that we are unable to verify signature, because as you mentioned, signatures do change over years, and if an individual cannot verify that signature, it is elevated to another level of review. If the second level of review still cannot verify, we have a cure process where we reach out to the voter and we get a signature and we get a certification that indicates that that is their
Thank you. My time
signature.
is limited, so I want to make sure I get the last question in, and that is in regards to the mailed ballots that were done in 2020 and 2022. Every voter received a mail-in ballot for the general election, but there was a significantly high number of return ballots, 11% in 20 and 17% in 2022. What are you doing to ensure that you are providing due maintenance on the voter lists in the District of Columbia?
Actually, the returned mail ballots assist us in our list maintenance process. Once we get those ballots, that will serve as the first mailer in that process, and that will lead us to our process where we can move voters to an inactive status.
The gentlelady yields back. Ms. Torres is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Cuccinelli, during your April 27, 2023 appearance, I asked you about your January 6 Select Committee transcribed interview, specifically about the several instances where various Trump officials approached you on the ability of the Department of Homeland Security, where you serve as acting Deputy Secretary, to seize voting machines. This included a series of attempts, including a December 31, 2020 call, which was 58 days after the election and only 7 days before the attack on the Capitol, from former President Trump regarding seizing voting machines. You testified before the January 6th Select Committee and this committee that the former president asked you about seizing voting machines. However, your prior testimony was inconsistent with Mr. Donahue's recollection of the call from President Trump. You said that Mr. Donahue's recollection might be a misunderstanding. This committee and I look forward to hearing from you, Mr. Cuccinelli, by next Wednesday as we seek clarity about exactly when, after the election, the former president asked you about DHS authority to seize voting machines, particularly after you informed his campaign that DHS and DOJ lacked such authority. Mr. Chair, I seek unanimous consent to include the following items in the record: the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, transcribed interview of Richard Donahue, and the June 23rd, 2022 hearing on the January 6th investigation record, both of which include former Mr. Donahue's testimony regarding former President Trump's call to Mr. Cuccinelli regarding seizing voting machines, and the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol, transcribed interview by Ken Cuccinelli from December 7, 2021.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, because witnesses' credibility matters to this committee. Ms. Evans, you know, Republican majority states have shown their voter priorities. First, by redistricting practices, gerrymandering every community that does not agree with their extreme agenda. Two, shutting down polling locations in communities that do not agree with their extreme agenda. Three, purging voters simply because they missed an election. And four, promoting disinformation in districts that are represented by members of Congress that do not agree with their extreme agenda. To all of the DC residents that are here, let me apologize to you for what has been put on the record about you and your right to be a citizen of a state, of a community where you live and pay taxes. I don't know a better example of taxation without representation than what you go through every single day under this extreme majority. Ms. Evans, please tell us a little bit about how DC makes pro-voter policies, how they put those policies in place to improve voter access, specifically how you reach out to voters who may feel disconnected When they hear disinformation and they see that there has been no progress in them being able to cast their votes for representatives that truly represent their community. Please tell us about these processes.
Thank you. Our processes are really around voter education and outreach, and we have a very robust division at DC Board of Elections, and we make information available in several different formats. We use print media, we use television, radio media. We attempt to address the digital divide by sending material to residents in the District of Columbia, yard signs, door hangers, all of those are mechanisms that we use to get information to the residents and voters in the District of Columbia. In addition to that, we hold roundtables and town halls to receive feedback. And as far as the passage of legislation and laws, District Council and the Mayor do the same.
Thank you, Ms. Evans, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Higgins is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Americans watching this are asking themselves, what's the problem with picture ID? What's the problem with photo IDs? Why not have photo ID to present when you cast your vote in the United States of America? Americans watching are wondering regarding mail-in ballots, why would there be an automatic mechanism to deliver mail-in ballots or absentee ballots to every registered voter? Americans watching are wondering why would anyone expect that an election system that was designed to encourage fraud, why would you expect it to not experience fraud? Because corruption is born in the heart of man, ladies and gentlemen, not in the mechanisms of man. And Republicans in Congress are carefully and judiciously addressing the very serious concern of election integrities by focusing on D.C. election mechanisms for two primary reasons. One, the Constitution grants every sovereign state the right to determine the means by which elections will take place within that sovereign state. But Congress has unique authority over D.C. because it's our nation's capital. And election integrity is indeed a national concern. So we must address this concern, but do so within the parameters of our constitutional authority. This is why we're focused on D.C. To my D.C. citizens, brothers and sisters, you live in a beautifully unique city, the capital of the nation that stands as the beacon of hope for the entire world. It's a capital city that belongs to all the people. And the people of America are concerned about election integrity. So we put forth legislation through our constitutional authority as Congress for Washington, D.C., that could stand as a model for the entire nation, for the sovereign states that have the authority to determine the means by which elections take place within that state. And these common sense proposals of photo ID, legitimate photo ID to cast a vote, it's difficult to comprehend how anyone would oppose such a measure. The common sense proposal of limiting the numbers of ballots that are uncontrolled delivered to homes across that voting area, collected in unsecured ballot boxes. There's common sense to control that. Might I suggest that we take a step back, all of us, and recognize the work that has been done by Republicans in this Congress to address this very serious issue carefully and judiciously by allowing and conducting hearing after hearing after hearing with significant debate, as one of my colleagues stated earlier. Ms. Holman Evans, you strike me as a good lady with beautiful intent to serve her community. I sense that you're very serious about doing your job, and I commend you for that. And I would ask you candidly here before the entire country, is there any single measure of the legislation proposed that you would consider to be a common sense control that should be enacted to help us secure our elections in your jurisdictional authority? Is there any measure here?
In my role as the executive director, I do not provide opinions.
I'm asking for your opinion. I'm giving you the opportunity, good lady.
Thank
we
you.
recognize, I respect you as an American. I've stated as such. I'm asking you, is there not one common sense measure within this where we could seek concurrence and agreement? This is the diplomatic way.
Thank you for the question. As I mentioned, I am here in my official capacity as the executive director of DC Board of Elections.
So you're going to
and I do
decline this
not-
opportunity to opine, is the way I'm reading that. Well, let me say,
the gentleman-
we're going to move forward. We're going to move forward as a body. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired.
Thank you very much. The gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a daughter of Selma, Alabama, and the ranking member of the Elections Subcommittee on House Administration, as well as the author of the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, ensuring that elections are safe, secure, and accessible is something that I take very deeply personal. Voting is the cornerstone of our democracy, and far too often, the integrity of our elections is undermined by misinformation, false claims, and voter fraud during the election administration process. In the 2020 election, there was no evidence of a voting system being deleted, votes not counting, votes lost, or votes being compromised in any way. A recent study by the Brennan Center revealed that voter fraud is a very rare occurrence. Voter impersonation is virtually non-existent. And the few cases of voter fraud came from mistakes made by the voter or election administrators. Allegations of widespread voter fraud are attempts to distract voters from the implementation of restrictive voter policies that limit access to the ballot box. Contrary to what my Republican colleagues have asserted about the ACE bill being a model for the rest of the nation, the ACE bill is a dangerous policy that would have a severe impact on the rights of voters and on voting rights and access, especially to the District of Columbia. Washington, D.C. has the highest voter registration rate in the nation. D.C. voters can vote early, by mail, or drop ballot, or drop box. Voting in D.C. is accessible to voters with disability and non-English speaking voters. D.C. has implemented pro-voter policies that has made voting very accessible to its residents. Even the conservative Heritage Foundation's election fraud cases database lists 0 incidences of voter fraud in the District of Columbia since 1979. D.C. is a model and an example of the implementation of pro-voter policies that the entire nation should look at. However, the ACE bill is egregiously attempting to further disenfranchise D.C. voters by removing proactive voter policies that make their elections some of the most accessible elections in this nation. To be clear, DC voters deserve the same right to political self-determination as other Americans. The ACE Act would restrict voter access to DC's hundreds of thousands of voters, none of whom have voting representation in this body, Congress. It would do so despite the fact that Congress has long delegated its authority over DC's elections and local governance to the DC Council under the DC Home Rule Act of 1973, sorry. Ms. Weiser, you spoke very eloquently of why it's so important that we give greater voter access. Can you talk a little bit about why prohibiting same-day registration and any registration in the 30 days prior to election would transform not only DC voter registration into one of the least accessible, but that would be detrimental to take on as a model?
Thank you very much for this question. The same-day registration provision that is in place in DC and has been for 10 years is in place in 22 other states. It has been working well, and these include red states, blue states.
It doesn't include my state of Alabama, unfortunately, and I know that my constituency would love to have more pro-voter policies and better access to the ballot box.
Indeed. It actually provides better options for voters to register to vote. It works well, it is secure, and it actually has been shown to significantly improve voter participation, and especially voter participation among voters of color who are disproportionately voting at much lower rates right now.
Not only do I agree with you, I would say that what we should be focused on is passing the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, and not this ACE bill. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. You know, I want to be clear about what is happening here. The DC City Council has passed and enacted a number of pro-voting policies to increase voting accessibility and to protect the right to vote. Now, what we are seeing here, introduced by the other side of the aisle, is to pass legislation that would strip the DC government and its residents of their ability to determine the rules that govern their elections. So let's take a look at the policies that the District of Columbia has passed that are now under threat. Ms. Weiser, DC residents can register on the same day and vote, correct?
That is correct.
And how long has same-day registration been in place in the District of Columbia?
I believe it's been in place for a decade.
10 years, a decade. And in 2020, the DC General Auditor found that in its audit of the 2020 election, that same-day registration came with, quote, no evidence of fraud or glitches. Yet despite this, the legislation before us would eliminate same-day registration. And in your testimony, you stated that eliminating same-day registration after 10 years of successful use would serve no valid purpose. So I ask you, given that the legislation here being presented by the Republican side of the aisle would be to eliminate it, what possible reason could there be to eliminate same-day registration when it's been so successful and so devoid of fraud?
I can't think of any valid reason to eliminate this pro-voter reform that's working well in states across the country and has been working well in DC for a decade.
There is no valid reason. In fact, this ACE Act, as Republicans are calling it, eliminates this provision. And we're also seeing that DC recently passed a provision to send mail ballots to voters to improve voter access while maintaining the security of their elections. They want to eliminate that as well. And as you testified today, DC's most recent elections have been among the best run in the nation. So what potential reason could there be to eliminate sending mail-in ballots to voters?
There is no good reason to eliminate that as well. DC, there are 8 other states that have this policy in place, and some for decades. This has also been shown to be fraud-free and provide voters with reasonable options and convenience in voting. And it has led to both greater voter turnout and more secure elections.
So we have heard from experts that there is no valid reason to be eliminating same-day registration, mail-in ballots. If there is no valid reason, I think it stands to conclude that the only real reason that we see this push is political. It's a political reason. And in one of the blackest cities of America, to even have the idea of proposing the federal government strip voting rights in one of the blackest cities in this country that has a history of enslavement, a history of freed people seeking refuge here and then being punished with disenfranchisement, this cuts to the core of not just the present moment, but American history. I think what is striking about this is how afraid the other side of the aisle is of free and fair elections. And last year, Republicans were so afraid of a fully representative democracy in the District of Columbia that they insisted on denying the people of DC statehood. Today, Republicans are so afraid of democracy that they want to disenfranchise predominantly black voters who have been disenfranchised for as far back as when black people were enslaved in the United States of America. This has nothing to do with election integrity. This is about racial control, and this is not new. We have to look no further than an explanation from Senator John Tyler Morgan of Alabama, a former Confederate and slaveholder, who said at the time, quote, "In the face of this influx of a black population from the surrounding states, Congress found it necessary to disenfranchise every man in the District of Columbia in order thereby to get rid of this load, quote unquote, of black suffrage that was flooded in upon them." That is the true statement. History cannot be reversed. No man can misunderstand it. Straight verbatim from history. And it is shameful to see that recreated today. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purposes the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter a Wall Street Journal article dated 6/3 of 2020. DC lets voters submit via email after mail problems. To the record.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and I appreciate each of you, not only your service to this issue, but really trying to work at this to where there's a larger consensus built about not just what's fairness, but really who fits where, what the responsibility is for local people and what the responsibility is for the federal government. Ms. Evans, you primarily are probably in the middle. By virtue of being in D.C., you have our help and the help from your own elected officials. What information is publicly available or available to those who would wish to have data and information on not just mail-in ballots, but the time a ballot is requested, the day it's mailed out, the day it's received back, the day it's... Is this available to a person or persons who would wish to gain access to the data and follow the data and be aware of that?
Thank you for the question, and we do have information on our website as far as the number of mail ballots, the number of individuals who voted in person. We also have an after-action report that we publish on our website after each election. We also have information regarding all of the Freedom of Information Act requests that we have received that is available on our website. We make every effort to ensure our process is transparent, and even while we are conducting elections and conducting a post-election audit, we have those processes open to members of the public to come in and view those for themselves.
Okay, thank you. The thing that I would like to see if you would be open to receiving is actually real transparency, where you had a database that you work within that you would make available that says this person requested a ballot. This person was mailed a ballot. This is, I'm sure, what's available to you internally to where you're able to effectively run your operation. But it is not unusual where this information is available in other locations to where if someone wanted a snapshot, I suppose that you would maybe form a different file if someone wanted to know who has requested a ballot. Do you then have a separate information that you may make that available to people on a daily basis, or do you segment this? How do you provide that information?
Under the Elections Modernization Amendment Act in the District of Columbia, voters do not actually have to request a mail ballot. We send a mail ballot to all registered voters. And so that information will be consistent with registered voters as far as who receives a mail ballot.
So the day before, 2 weeks before an election, or 3 weeks before an election, you would have a list of all the registered voters. That would be available to anyone that would choose to get that list, or is it available to candidates, or how is that made available?
Lists of registered voters are made available. You can even go inside of your public library, and we do post those lists of registered voters in the
Why
District of
inside a
Columbia.
public library? Is that transparency?
That's one place,
One
not the only place.
Is it available if a person were to say, please give me a list of all the registered voters in Washington, D.C. by precinct?
It is.
So that you would, then they would come and purchase, or you would send them the data?
It is not something we sell. They have access to the data. We would correspond with the individual as far as the best format to get that information to them.
So it could be that they would receive it via email or come to a database and then download it?
We have secure mechanisms to forward large data files to individuals. So when we have large data files, we do have to follow protocols to ensure that we are adequately able to get that information to the requester.
So moving back to this question of when a person mails in their ballot, is there notification given to, or a person can ask for it at the time they receive a mail, that you receive a mail-in ballot?
Are you speaking about the personal individual,
I'm
the
talking
personal
about
voter?
any individual that mailed back their ballot.
Yes, we do have a mail ballot tracker with intelligence.
That's available to where people would be
Yes,
available.
sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Thank you very much. The gentleman yields back. Mr. Connolly is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel like I'm in Alice in Wonderland listening to all of this. Miss Evans. Miss Evans. Miss Evans, over here. Loud and clear now. I want you to really be heard. So I'm listening to the two people to your left, and my God, I'm worried. It sounds like DC's a mess. It sounds like everything's broken. It sounds like people are cheating. They don't know where to go. They don't know how to vote. They don't know who to vote for. And it's all your fault. And DC's doing a terrible job that has discredited elections and really eroded confidence, especially that word confidence. Is that your view?
It is not. I suggest.
Loud and clear, Ms. Evans. Did he accurately describe DC's voting situation?
The processes in the DC elections, not accurately.
Not accurate. How about like not accurate at all? Or should I be worried? I live in Fairfax, right across the river, where Mr. Cuccinelli used to live. And by the way, I'm delighted to hear a former Trump administration member expressed concern about Russian interference in an election. I think that's really a good thing. We've been saying that since 2016. So, confidence or not? Should I be confident?
Confidence, several measures and safeguards in place to ensure confidence.
Miss, is it Weiser?
Weiser.
Weiser, excuse me, Miss Weiser. Do you know when the Constitution was adopted?
Yes, 1787.
1787, very good. Well, actually, it was written in 1787. It was adopted
1789.
in the next year.
Yes.
And Mr. Cuccinelli cited Article 1 about the powers of Congress over the capital. What was the capital in the Constitution in 1787 or 1788? Do you know?
I believe there was no capital in the Constitution.
There was no capital. They hadn't yet decided where the capital was going to be. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
And do you know when when we finally did decide there'd be a capital and where it would be?
I believe it was in 1801.
Well, 1790, but 1802, we established like a local government procedure.
Yeah.
And the primary author and driver of the Constitution, James Madison of our home state of Virginia, he wrote in the Federalist paper 1 year after he wrote the Constitution, and I quote, Federalist paper number 43, that the federal district would have a municipal legislature for local purposes derived from their own suffrages. What do you think he meant by that?
I believe he was expressing the same values of local self-determination that we've been talking about today and that the residents of D.C. have been asking for.
What percentage, you're at the Brennan Center, what percentage of Americans do not vote in the presidential election?
What percentage?
Do not vote in the presidential election.
Well, all Americans are entitled to vote in a presidential
Not my question.
How many do not vote?
About 40%.
That's
Right? What percentage of Americans commit voter fraud every year?
It is an infinitesimally small
Right.
percentage.
So if I say to you, I got a problem that affects 40% of Americans, and I got another problem that affects almost no Americans, where would you put your investment?
I would certainly put my investment
Right.
in ensuring
But
free and fair
the two
access
gentlemen to the
elections.
left of Ms. Evans, and many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, want to somehow persuade us. The real problem is that infinitesimally small, almost non-existent fraud problem. And that's why we've got to restore confidence. We've got to restore integrity, which the bigger problem is suppression of voting, barriers to voting. Why not make it easier so 100% of Americans participate in the presidential elections and not only 60%? But of course, that's not what they want. And they're doing all of this not because they're worried about process and integrity. They're worried about outcomes. And that's what this is all about. And so when you can't win elections, try to select who gets to vote. It's an old practice and a reprehensible one. And that's why I feel like I'm in Alice in Wonderland here, not addressing the real problem and manufacturing a problem that is designed to deny Americans their franchise, especially in the District of Columbia. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from the great state of Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, is recognized.
Very good. First of all, I'd like to enter into the record an article by Martin Ostermuhl from NPR, an article regarding mail ballots and the number that were undeliverable in the 2020 election. And second, I'd like to enter into the record an article from the DC list. Again, a lot of mail ballots going out that were undeliverable, this in the 2022 election.
Without objection, so ordered.
Okay. I've been a long opponent of excessive use of mail ballots for two reasons. One, I don't think with mail ballots, unlike when I show up in person, we know for sure who filled them out. I don't know how. I realize you might have a witness on there, but it seems to me there's no way to do follow-up or make sure the person who says is on the ballot really filled out the ballot. And secondly, I don't know if we can make sure, like again, when I vote, we know I'm all alone in the town of Greenbush. Somebody's not whispering in my ear as to who to fill out the ballot. When that's filled out at home or a mail ballot, from what I can tell, there's no guarantee that that person hasn't been coached. Mr. Cuccinelli, in these areas in which we use absentee ballots, what efforts are being made to make sure that the person who filled out the ballot is not being coached by, say, their spouse, by their roommate, by their somebody from their union, boyfriend, girlfriend? How do we know that that person is not being coached in the current system?
Well, we do not.
We don't know that they're not
do
being
not know
coached?
that. There's no way to know that.
Well, if we had nothing but absentee ballots going out to people, and we were, say, in a country, a communist state, say, North Korea, what would we say about election results in North Korea if all the ballots were being filled out, perhaps in the presence of a member of the Communist Party? What would we say about an election like that?
That it's not a real election.
Have there been any nonpartisan groups in the past commenting on the idea of ballots being returned when you don't know if that returned on absentee ballots?
That's happened frequently, and I would point that
Didn't Jimmy Carter, wasn't he part of a group like
Carter-Baker
this?
Commission. You were thinking the same thing I was back in 2005. They raised this as one of the areas of greatest vulnerability.
Right, it could be something like North Korea, in which there's a person sitting next to the person who fills out the ballot, dealing with an apathetic person, an apathetic girlfriend, apathetic member in a sorority or fraternity, whatever, right? And there's no protections that we can make sure that someone is not coaching that person, right?
Not unless we're prepared to send someone from the government into every house, no.
Well, that's horrible. And how do we even know that person even filled out the form? I realize, at least in Wisconsin, there's a place for a witness. I think in some, are there states in which you don't even need a witness?
There are.
My goodness, no witness at all? Which states are they?
Oh, well, there are a number of them. I don't have them memorized, but it's not a small number.
Wow. So when we come down to a presidential election, there are states in which somebody returns a ballot and we don't even know for sure if that person filled them out, right?
There are plenty of those, yes.
How can that be a fair election? That sounds like something you do in North Korea or communist China. That's going right here in the United States. People are filling out ballots. It's not like when I go to the town of Greenbush Town Hall and people know Glenn Grothman is filling out Glenn Grothman's ballots, right? That's going on in the United States, and we claim we have fair elections?
Only way to achieve the goal you're talking about is in-person voting.
Oh, my goodness. Well...
54 years. Nominal wage growth has shown some signs of easing, and job vacancies have declined so far this year. While the jobs to workers gap has narrowed, labor demand still substantially exceeds the supply of available workers. Inflation remains well above our longer run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in May, total PCE prices rose 3.8%. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 4.6%. In June, the 12-month change in the Consumer Price Index, or CPI, came in at 3.0%, and the change in the core CPI was 4.8%. Inflation has moderated somewhat since the middle of last year. Nonetheless, the process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go. Despite elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher cost of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We're highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we are strongly committed to returning to inflation to our 2% objective. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by 1/4 percentage point, bringing the target range to 5.25% to 5.5%. We are also continuing the process of significantly reducing our securities holdings. With today's action, we've raised our policy rate by 5.25 percentage points since early last year. We have been seeing the effects of our policy tightening on demand in the most interest rate sensitive sectors of the economy, particularly housing.
People residing in the U.S. territories, such as Puerto Rico or Guam or the U.S. Virgin Islands, able to vote for the president?
I believe they are.
Those same people are United States citizens, correct?
That is correct.
Millions of residents of the 5 U.S. territories, 98% of whom are people of color, are denied full voting rights, despite paying nearly $4 billion in federal taxes and having a population equivalent to that of the 5 smallest U.S. states combined. We're perpetuating a system of colonialism and paternalism. These folks do not have full voting rights in Congress or the Senate. Earlier this year, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell took to the floor of the Senate and said that, quote, "It's about time the federal government provides some adult supervision for D.C." Let me just say, the folks who are duly elected to represent the city of D.C. are not children. The voters, the folks of voting age, they're not children. The last 2 hearings on D.C. were entitled overdue oversight of the capital city. They're not even trying to play down the dog whistles anymore. I was going to ask some semi-rhetorical questions to Ms. Evans to highlight the absurdity of this 3rd D.C. hearing on disenfranchisement. I'll answer them myself, though. I was going to ask about the 535 voting members of Congress, how many of those members did D.C. get to vote for? The answer is 0. I was then going to ask, of those 535 voting members of Congress, do any of them know more about or care more about D.C. and its nearly 700,000 residents than D.C.'s locally elected officials? This is, of course, conjecture, but I think you would probably say that these 535 of my colleagues do not know or care more about the day in and day out needs or desires of the people of D.C. My Republican colleagues seem to subscribe to this belief that D.C. residents are incapable of self-government, and that D.C. residents need members of Congress from faraway places to regulate their conduct. It's beyond offensive, and it's un-American. I will yield the remainder of my time to the ranking member Raskin.
Thank you very much to the distinguished gentlelady and for her trenchant comments there. Mr. Spies, I think you've given me an idea for some legislation as I read more into your case. I understand you entered into the conciliation agreement with the Federal Election Commission because you were working with a wholly owned subsidiary of a foreign company, and a foreign national directed the contribution into Mr. Bush's super PAC, and that was why you had to enter into it. But if a foreign national had not directed it, but it had just come from a domestic subsidiary of a foreign national, I think, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that would be permissible under the law today, and I don't think that should be the case. I think a wholly owned corporate subsidiary in America should not be able to give money in our elections. Do you agree with that?
The gentleman's microphone is not on.
I agree with your reading of the law that a domestic subsidiary that is under American citizen control using funds generated in the United States is allowed to contribute.
Okay, thank you. No, back.
The gentleman, the time has expired. Mr. Goldman is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Here we are again, yet another hearing, our third one in the Oversight Committee on the 700,000 residents of the District of Columbia, which represents 0.002 of the total American population. Now, the subtitle of this hearing is The Path to Election Integrity in D.C. Election integrity, a term that we hear all the time from our Republican friends. And it's a term that is used all the time around the country to justify voter restriction laws in numerous states with Republican legislatures. Ms. Weiser, since 2020, how many states have passed laws to restrict voter access?
Thank you very much for your question. Last year, before the election, there were 20 states that had passed 33 new laws restricting access to the vote. This year, I believe I will send you the, we are about to put out new numbers of how many have passed.
What is the general justification for these voter restriction laws?
Virtually all of these are justified under the purported need to stop voter fraud, many of them using the same disinformation about election denialism and the 2020 election.
So let's talk about voter fraud. Ms. Evans, how many cases of voter fraud have ever been proved in the history of Washington, D.C.?
I don't have statistics as far as the history of DC, but as far as
Are you aware of any?
There have been cases that have been brought to our attention of suspected voter fraud. As far as proven voter fraud, I have no information. However, based on what has been brought to my attention, the numbers are less than 1%.
Well, let me just tell you that according to the Heritage Foundation, the answer is 0.
Yes.
And you are correct that the percentage of voter fraud on across the country is infinitesimal. But let's talk a little bit more about voter fraud. Mr. Spies, do you know what the last congressional, which congressional election was last had to be redone because of widespread voter fraud? Do you know where that was?
Indiana?
No.
I assume.
Well, maybe, but are you aware of North Carolina 9 in 2018?
Yes, and I'm also aware of Louisiana, Indiana, North Carolina.
Right. Well, in North Carolina 9, as I'm sure you know, there was a massive voter fraud scheme perpetrated by Republicans. And so what we have here is essentially a circular vacuum where Republicans are talking about voter fraud that doesn't exist, and when it exists, it's perpetrated by Republicans, to justify voter restriction laws passed by Republican legislatures based on phantom and false information about voter fraud. That is ultimately the problem that we have here. And really, it is, as Ms. Weiser said, complete disinformation. Voter fraud is not a thing. It's not a thing that affects elections. Mr. Cuccinelli, let's talk about the 2020 election, which I know you worked in the Trump administration as in a senior level, Department of Homeland Security. What is CISA?
CISA is one of the 8 agencies of the Department of Homeland Security.
And it
Been so since 2018.
And it oversees our election security, correct?
No, that's not accurate. The states oversee that. CISA networks the states together to stay in touch with one another about threats to their elections.
Okay, I'm not sure the difference, but you are aware that the head of CISA in 2020, who worked in the same Department of Homeland Security as you did, stated that the 2020 election was the most secure in our history. Are you not?
I'm familiar with the quote to which you are referencing.
Right.
Yes.
And do you have any basis, factual basis, to disagree with that assessment from the head of our election security agency in the Department of Homeland Security?
So that is not an election security agency, and he had no factual basis to make the statement. That is the province of the states.
Interesting.
The gentleman.
All right. I'm glad we have that on the record.
The gentleman's
I yield back.
time has expired. Mr. Palmer is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cuccinelli, does the allegation of no or few charges of election fraud indicate that there is no election fraud?
No, sir.
I thank you for that answer. I want to ask you about the ACE Act and requiring the presentation of a photo ID before casting a ballot in person. Would that lessen the probability of election fraud?
It would.
Is that used in other states?
It is used all over the country and for many more things than merely elections. I have a list of about 100 different things we require IDs for, including, by the way, in the District of Columbia.
Right. Before you can do a
Adopt
number
a
of things.
pet. Yeah.
Yeah. I also want to talk a little bit about the integrity of voter files. I think it was about 10 years ago, maybe a little bit longer, that the Pew Research Center published a report and said there's 24 million Americans improperly registered. I think they said 2.7 million of them are registered in multiple states, 1.8 million of them are deceased. And for instance, the state of Michigan, according to information from another group that's involved in voter integrity, is 105% registered to vote. Now, for some of my people who don't quite understand the math on that, that means there's 5% more people registered to vote than actually old enough or qualified to vote in the entire state of Michigan. Is that a problem?
That sort of circumstance would be a huge problem, yes.
How about over 800,000 inactive voters still on the rolls in Pennsylvania?
Anytime you have a large inactive voter roll that isn't being
1.5 million,
it's a problem.
1.5 million more people registered to vote in Los Angeles County than live in the county who would be eligible to vote?
Yes, and I believe court ordered them just recently to remove 1.2 million ineligible or dead or gone voters.
Right. So there are things.
That's just the one county.
That's just one county. That's Los Angeles County. By the way, in the state of Michigan, there's 16 counties that are over 110% registered to vote, including one that's 119%. And I believe in citizenship and patriotism, but don't you think that's going a little bit too far?
Yes, sir.
I think the thing that we need to do is recognize that there's a large percentage of the population that has lost confidence in our elections. And we need to make sure that every individual citizen who's eligible to vote knows their vote counts. If there's the old saying in politics, perception is reality, I think that's true in other issues, particularly with election fraud. And it may be, as some have said, that there's little to no election fraud. But from my perspective, there should be zero election fraud. How do you feel about that?
I certainly agree with you, and I would note, just as a lawyer, we talk about not just justice, but the appearance of justice, and I would say the analogy applies in elections. We want the best run, cleanest, most accessible elections. We also want them to be cleanly run and with integrity. So the appearance is important to the confidence in the outcome as well as actually doing the job well.
I've done quite a bit of work on this, and again, going back to the District of Columbia, In 2022, there was reporting that the District of Columbia is at risk of being formally removed from the ERIC program, which assists multiple states in keeping clean voter rolls. This is due to DC's inconsistency in reporting on its own data, not somebody else's data, their own data. Can you explain how the ERIC system works and how this potential removal would affect DC elections? And is that a problem?
So the ERIC system has its own controversy, but the
I understand.
idea is that because states that run their own elections and the District of Columbia, that when individuals might otherwise show up on two voter rolls, the two states work via the ERIC system to remove that person from the appropriate voter roll from which they should be removed. That does not often happen, which is one of the problems even in making the ERIC system useful even in that way.
Do you think we need to add another criteria that proof of citizenship, that states and the District of Columbia should be allowed to require proof of citizenship in order to vote? I mean, when we passed the 1993 National Voter Registration Act, then member Nancy Pelosi went to the microphone and argued that it would protect us from voter fraud. Would you agree with that?
I absolutely think citizenship requirements are appropriate, and the federal government should get out of the state's way in allowing them to enforce that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Stansbury is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today. And I want to just take this opportunity to say that there's one thing that I agree about on this committee hearing this morning, which is that there is an unprecedented attack on our democracy and elections happening across the nation right now. But it's not as our friends across the aisle would have us believe in this hearing this morning. In fact, the greatest threat to our democracy right now is the systematic erosion of voting rights across the United States. In fact, in 2021, more than 400 anti-voter measures were put forward by state legislatures and by this body, by the current majority in this body, that would put into place discriminatory voter ID laws, restrictions on polling locations that could lead to hours-long waits, the elimination of early voting, bans on mail-in voting, and gerrymandering. These efforts not only undermine our democracy, they are a systematic attack on the voting rights of poor people and people of color in communities across this country. So it shouldn't be of any surprise to us that the only jurisdiction, local jurisdiction, that this body has any purview over, that the majority would haul our capital city in front of us to talk about your amazing and progressive voting rights legislation, which has actually protected the people of DC and their voting rights. I'm shocked. I'm disgusted. The bill that's being talked about this morning would continue that systematic erosion at the federal level and contribute to the disenfranchisement not only of the people in this city, but in communities across the country that have historically been disenfranchised generation after generation. We have seen this undermining of voting rights in the Supreme Court with the gutting of the Voting Rights Act and the failure across our Capitol in the Senate for the Senate to act to protect voting rights. Luckily, here in the House, we have a strong group of Democrats who have been fighting to protect the voting rights of the people of this country and to carry forth the vision of Dr. Martin Luther King and, of course, the great John Lewis and the rights that they voted for, that they marched for across our communities. But in spite of these systematic efforts to undermine voting rights across the United States, there are shining lights. In fact, in my home state in New Mexico, we just passed voting rights legislation to protect and expand voting rights in our tribal communities, to expand opportunities for our communities to access the ballot box. And one of those shining lights is actually the capital city, Washington, D.C., which has some of the most important and progressive voting rights laws on the books. And I want to thank Ms. Evans for your work and the work of your folks who are making sure that the people of D.C. have access to the voting, to the ballot box here in this city. But I think it's important, I know we've heard a lot this morning about the impacts that these voting rights restrictions have had on communities across the country. But it's also important to talk about the things that we can do at the local level, whether that's in Washington, D.C., in states or tribal communities like mine. And so, Ms. Weiser, I know you've talked about this in your testimony, but I was struck in particular by some of the notes that you provided about important things that we can do to shore up our voting rights system. So could you talk to us a little bit about the recommendations that you have for protecting voter rights?
Thank you very much for the question. I will start by saying most of the recommendations that we have for shoring up voting rights are actually have been passed by this body in the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act. They include policies to modernize voter registration, make it secure and accessible for everyone, automatic voter registration, online registration.